Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn, each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Top quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
Hello, fellow humans, and welcome to my stream. Welcome to Mothership of Poker. As always, I'd like to welcome any of the non-human identifying sentient creatures who may be out there, as well as any non-sentients who might be watching our poker action today, because, you know, we don't like to discriminate here on the Mothership. We are taking our aim at dark matter once again. Interestingly, it's a modified format today. It's only a 750 guarantee. I think the 6,000 chips is still the same, but it's interesting that they dropped the guarantee on this one. So I guess we're playing for a little bit less now. It's only 750 euros. So yeah, we're also playing the Falling Star Bounty as usual. Neither the Comet Nano nor the Dark Matter Nano appear to have run this morning. I got in a little bit late. I didn't get registered in this until about 5 minutes after the start time. So we couldn't find any Comet Nano or Dark Matter Nano. So I guess we'll only play 2 tables until the black hole kicks off in about 45 minutes. Well, 40 minutes or so. Hasn't been a great day so far in the dark matter. Actually, I think I might gonna make sure I've got the replay thing up for here, because there's a couple of hands I want to go over once people get here, where I may have been bluffed off of big hands, and I probably played them poorly. So got some things queued up. When some people show up, I will put it up on screen and run through them and see if I can get some advice, see if I've been bluffed off these pots or what the hell. We might be having a moment, however, in the dark matter. So I've got a raise and a 3-bet in front of me, and I'm sitting on the big blind with aces. So I think we're going to call 4-bet here to 3/4 a pot. Sounds about right. Actually, let's go full pot. And we're calling off, obviously. Bankage! Alrighty, so we got a nice double there in the dark matter, which puts us above start stack, which gives us actually a chance on here. Let's run this puppy up, shall we? Let's run this puppy up. So yeah, weirdly, the dark matter is only 750 euro guaranteed today. I guess they haven't been reached the guarantee enough lately, so I guess they had to drop the. Guess they had to drop it. It's kind of disappointing, but that's okay. We'll still play for 750. That's still. I mean, it's still going to be a massive bank to our bankroll if we get it. So it's it doesn't really to our bankroll 750 or 1,000 euros doesn't really make that much difference, frankly. This is probably not the most polite thing to do in the world, but I'm actually going to eat my breakfast while I'm on stream. I'm running a little behind this morning, so everything's a little bit slower. So I apologize. At the moment, I don't think anybody's actually watching, so it doesn't actually matter if I eat on stream, but, you know. Good evening, guys. Evening. Welcome. You're just here in time to watch me eat on stream for the first time since I started the stream. I've always been off stream when I've done this, but I got started late today, so I'm having my muffin. I'm having my blueberry muffin late, and so sorry, but I'm gonna mute my mic, and you're gonna watch me eat while you don't listen to me. As proof that there are some stereotypical things about Canadians that are 100% true, where am I eating breakfast from this morning? I'm eating breakfast from Tim Hortons, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Timmy's, the most Canadian thing in the world. I don't actually have coffee from Tim Hortons this morning, but I do have a muffin from Tim Hortons this morning. So most Canadian thing in the world. Alrighty, another couple of seconds. I'm going to be back on mic once I'm done with my muffin top here. Welcome, Piano Cat. Welcome, Piano Cat. Sorry, I was actually chewing there with the mic on. I didn't actually realize the mic was still on while I was chewing. I went to turn the mic on to say hello to Piano Cat, and I realized, hey, the mic is still on. So I've just been chewing while the mic has been on. I do apologize for that if you've been listening to my chewing noises. Right, so Tim Hortons is a ubiquitous coffee and donut shop across Canada. Started in the late 60s, early 70s in Ontario by a former hockey player whose name was Tim Horton. He used to play for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and when he retired, he started this hockey chain, and it's become ubiquitous across Canada. Everybody goes to Tim Hortons for a double double, which is a coffee with double sugar, double cream, which I frankly think is disgustingly sweet and quite gross. Got a hand developing in the falling star that I'm going to flip over to see. I'm going to get out of the way to the 3-bet on my fives there. I'm going to call behind and see a flop in position. Flop is ace deuce nine, two spades. We're c-betting our kings here. So I think I'm probably done with the fives over on the dark matter table. If he bets into me, if he doesn't bet into me, I will bet that flop pretty much 100% of the time. I'm going to keep value betting my kings here. Don't see why not. I should have just shoved there actually, but the 3/4 pot does the same job. Tells me I'm pot committed. So over here on the we're gonna just get out of the way here. He's gonna have an ace here like a ton of the time, I think. So when he 3-bets me pre, he's also got higher pairs, so I'm pretty much done. Yeah, it would be a cool thing to own, frankly. I've actually looked into it. It's probably not cost effective on an individual scale to actually do it properly because you need a certain amount of flow through to actually make it work properly, I think. So it would be a little bit tricky, I think, to run one on your own and have it work properly and be the right consistency and everything. Yeah, yeah, Piano Cat. So it can be 40 below outside, and there can be a 50-kilometer-an-hour wind going and a blizzard going on. I'm still going to bundle up in my clothes, and I'm still going to put on my big gloves and my big toque and my big scarf and my big face mask, and I'm still going to get in my car, and I'm still going to drive to the store, and I'm still going to get myself a slush drink. Because I like the taste of them, and I'm frankly never sitting outside in the cold drinking my slush drink. I'm sitting in my nice warm house drinking my slush drink. So, yeah, I don't know. It's something that I started drinking when I was quite young, and it's just one of the things I enjoy doing. If like other people drink coffee all day or drink tea all day long, I drink coffee in the morning when I get up. I'll have one pot of coffee in the morning when I get up, and then I have a slush and water for the most part for the rest of the day. Maybe some hot chocolate at some point as well. Maybe some tea. Then I might end the day off with a couple beers. But it's yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So we got no new commercials today. You guys are gonna have to suffer through old commercials, old commercials, I guess. Since they're already old commercials, I mean none of them are new, right? So it's just new to you. So you guys have to suffer through some old commercials, I guess, today. Um, So today's really the first day that we've gotten a start in the dark matter that's actually been a reasonable start. Pretty much every other day we played the full-on dark matter. We've got the pots we've gotten into early have just not gone our way with the flop, and we've had to get out of them, or we've just gotten coolered and or had low hands suck out on us when we've actually got our money in. So it's been pretty gross. Today we got our money in aces against nines, held and pulled up a nice double. So things are actually going well and quote unquote properly in the dark matter so far today. Let's hope it continues that way and we can pull out a cash out of this. That'd be awesome. Nice, man. Bonus. Good stuff, Addy. See you at the final table, buddy. Let's both final table this puppy. Alrighty, now that there's a few people here in chat, I'm actually going to pull up the replay window, go back to a couple of early hands where I think I might have let myself get bluffed off of pots, but I also think that I'm in a situation where I just need to get involved, so that's why I got out of the way with it. So let's have a look at that. I'm going to bring this replay up. This is the first one. So in this hand, I'm in the small blind, and we get dealt a pair of sevens. So comes around, we're blind on blind. We put in the raise, 3x. We get called, and the flop comes with 3 overcards to our pair. So we're not thrilled about this, but we're still going to put in our c-bet, and we get called. I think when the jack pairs here again, I mean, nothing's really changed. Every hand that was beating us on the flop still beats us on the turn. We can keep betting, but I think we're pretty much turning our hand into a bluff at this point when we keep betting. So I checked. He bets. I don't really feel like I can get away from it necessarily at that point, so I put in one more call. That might have been a mistake there. I might just want to get away from it here on the turn. I guess the only thing I'm calling for here is to hit a 7 on the river, and therefore, bank out a full house. But even in that case, I mean, I'm up against hands like Jack 9 and Jack Queen, not an infrequent amount of times. So even that, I might just be putting myself in position to bust if that happens. The 10 comes on the river, and I mean, I've got basically no value in my hand at this point, so I check. He bets, and I mean, I could put in a bluff here if I want, but it is absolutely 100% a bluff when I come over top at this point, and he's going to snap me off with so many hands. I think that are value, and so much of his range I think is a value at this point. I just get out of the way. So that's one of the ones that I think he could potentially be bluffing me. I'm not entirely sure that I know what bluff cards he's holding there. But it could just be a big blind that decided he wanted to, that decided he didn't want to lose the pot, right? So that's the first one where we got potentially bluffed off a hand. Let's move on to another one. The next one here was just a couple of hands later, so let's move on to, there we go. This is the one. Right, so we got a pair of 8s in this case. This time we're in the cutoff. And again, it folds to us. We open for 3x. We get called by the big blind. Much better flop for our hand, and maybe not so much for our range, but definitely for our hand at this point. So we're a little bit confused when he donk bets against us, but we just decide to call behind because the donk bet is weird. The ace comes on the turn, and he leads out to us again. I'm probably always behind when I make this call, I think. And again, now that I look at this, I'm calling basically only to hit an 8 at this point and get a set that might be ahead of whatever he's playing at this point. Because he's going to have a lot of hands with an ace in it that didn't hit the flop that he was just trying to donk steal. He's also going to have hands like ace 9. He's going to have hands like 9-7, I think, fairly often here too. So I'm not sure this call was a great move. The third club comes on the river, and I mean, again, my hand is pretty much worthless at this point, especially to a pot bet. It's definitely a bluffy sized. Definitely a bluffy size. But again, I don't really think my hand has enough value here to even make a call most of the time. I'm only beating bluffs, and I'm actually not even beating all the bluffs that he has in this spot, I think. So again, I get it out of the way. I think those are two spots where I may well have allowed myself to get bluffed off of a pot. But hard to say. Anyways, I just thought I'd run through those, get some advice for you guys if you see what you guys think, and so I appreciate that. Otherwise, it's been pretty slow in the tournament as we've been going through to this point. Not too much has happened. Yeah, that's sort of the way that I go with my. I make a pot of coffee that I drink in about 3 cups, and it's the first thing that I do. I'm usually dressed by the time I do it, but it's the first thing I do pretty much before I leave the house for any reason is to drink my pot of coffee. I've always found it funny that the way people talk about their morning coffee is actually identical to the way people talk about addictions to things like heroin. Although in a less extreme fashion, obviously. But basically, about 90% or 85% of the population in North America is addicted to caffeine in a pretty serious way. I'm one of them. If I don't get my coffee in the morning, I'll have headaches. I will be irritable. I will have upset stomach, which are all 100% signs of withdrawal from addiction to a drug. Exactly the same sort of signs that people get when they withdraw from heroin. Not as extreme when you withdraw from caffeine as when you withdraw from heroin, but they are identical symptoms, just not as extreme. Yeah, check fold turn, I think, on the first hand, you're right. And I think actually the second hand, check fold turn as well, to be honest. I think they're both check fold. Now that I'm looking back, and I think they were both check fold turns. Yep, haven't managed to take any booties in the Falling Star yet, but we do have a decent ship stack. We've doubled up our start stack pretty much since the beginning, so that's a good sign. Alrighty, so like I said, I don't actually have any new commercials clip sets cut for you this time around, so we're going to go through some old stuff. Going to start off with some car ads for the Edsel, and then in later breaks we'll move on to some other sort of generic 50s type stuff. Yeah, I mean, it definitely, when the ace comes, it definitely does feel sort of bluffy, and the pot bet on the river definitely feels very bluffy. But again, I mean, I don't really think my problem with is that my bluff catcher isn't even catching a ton of bluffs is the problem there. Um, there are times when you can be convinced that the other guy is bluffing you. You still can't do anything about it. You still can't make the call, right? Because you're not actually beating a ton of his bluffs anyways. So, I suppose technically that means he's not actually quote unquote bluffing you, but he is, in his mind, not betting with the best hand, right? So, yeah, caffeine's 100%, 100% addictive, no question. And although although obviously, for a number of reasons, the impact of heroin addiction is way bit greater on society than the impact of caffeine addiction for a huge number of reasons. But I mean, if they made caffeine illegal tomorrow, for example, and you suddenly had to go to a black market dealer to buy your coffee, the prices would go up, so people would start turning to crime to try to feed their habits. B, the quality would go down, so you'd have people getting all sorts of crap into their system. You might not be overdosing on coffee because there's sort of no amount of caffeine you can ingest to actually overdose on it. But depending on what else they're cutting it with, there's all sorts of crap that they could throw in there from a black market. So a lot of the reasons actually why heroin and drugs like that are super toxic to society isn't actually because of the drug itself or because of the addiction or because of what happens to people when they take the drug. It's actually because of the conditions that they're forced to undergo in order to acquire a substance that they need just to keep them functioning on a sort of daily basis. One of the ironic things I always find with heroin addiction is people always have the image of the down and out druggie on in the back alley of downtown West Van or whatever. They're not thinking, when they think about heroin junkies, they're not thinking about Keith Richards, right? They're not thinking about River Phoenix. They're not thinking about people who are 100% or who have been 100% heroin junkies in their time, but because they've had the facilities and the resources to get a hold of the drug in a relatively legal and safe manner, River Phoenix aside, because he something obviously fucked up there. Philip Seymour Hoffman, guy used heroin for decades as a successful actor. Finally quit, came back and overdosed because he couldn't get off of it, and he came back and got a dose that was too strong. But at the end of the day, if you the most of the problems associated with drug addiction actually come from the fact that you have to go to the black market and become a criminal in order to acquire your supply, not actually from the effects. There are all sorts of people who are heroin addicts who are very successful in their line of in their line of work. So it's usually artistic lines of work, but that's doesn't change anything. They're still very successful people. So yeah, it's a very weird situation, and I'm actually convinced that if coffee became illegal, a lot of the same problems that we associate now with things like heroin and cocaine would be associated with coffee as well at the same time. Yeah, I hate it when you're calling your bluffs and they actually have they're bluffing too, but their bluff is better than yours. It's like I hate that, right? Yeah, I agree, Cleeds. I just don't think there's a ton of bluffs in their ranges at that point. And like I say, what bluffs they do have are actually value hands compared to what I'm holding because they've hit some of the overcards that are on the board. So they're bluffing a pair kind of thing, but the pair's better than mine. So yeah, I know I'm probably preaching to the choir, but hey, I like to preach. What can you say? So there's not a lot that you can necessarily say about people that do Twitch or YouTube or something like that in common. There's a lot of varied people out there that do a lot of varied things and a lot, very different personality types, very different interests, very different focuses, very different backgrounds. There is one sort of overarching theme that I would submit every single person who does this sort of streaming thing shares. And if you don't share this, I don't understand how you're even doing this. We like to talk. I like to talk. I like to talk. I like to engage in conversation. I like to talk about all sorts of things, whether it's poker, whether it's other stuff. And I think that's the one thing that all of us streamer people share in common is that we love to talk. See you later, Piano Cat. You're heading off? And hello, Pinky. Good to see you. I missed you saying hi, but welcome to the stream. See you soon, Piano Cat. We'll put in our raise with sevens here. I'm not suggesting that, although it might explain some of the play that I see on here if some of them were taking heroin. You probably came in the middle of a kind of a weird conversation where I was expounding about various drug addictions, but it was basically a comparison between caffeine addiction and other forms of addiction, with the key difference being that caffeine is legal and therefore easy to acquire and relatively cheap to acquire. All right, that's a hand where I could have been bluffed off the pot for sure. He doesn't necessarily have to have a 7 there. I can be ahead. But I also think there's a lot of ugly turns and rivers that I don't like very much. So that's the reason I got away there. Probably super nitty, but we're also coming up into a break, so I'm going to head you guys off to an Edsel commercial, or a set of Edsel commercials. Enjoy.
And now we'd like to show you how the Ford Motor Company has opened the gateway to a whole new world, a new vista of motoring pleasure with the 58 Edsel. Won't you come in? Heavy.
This is the Edsel, unlike any other car you've ever seen. This is the Edsel. This is the Edsel. This is the Edsel. This is the Edsel. You can see how it looks. You have to feel the power of the newest V8 engines in the world. The big new Edsel 400 and the larger Edsel 475. It is unlikely you have ever driven a car with so much usable power as the Edsel. And with Edsel's exclusive TeleTouch drive, you drive more safely, more easily than you ever have before, because both hands can stay at the wheel while the Edsel shifts electrically. This is the Edsel, as its graceful flight deck and classic vertical grille suggest. It is elegant in every detail, and it acts the way it looks, but it doesn't cost that much. See, drive, and be sure to price the new member of the Ford family of fine cars, the Edsel, at your Edsel dealer.
You just turn a key on the dashboard and the trunk opens electrically. And here's how easy it is to drive. Can you flick that light switch?
Why, certainly, anyone can.
Then you can drive the Edsel.
That's right. Driving the 1958 Edsel is as easy as flicking a light switch. For Edsel's exclusive new TeleTouch drive shifts electrically at a touch. It's a new idea that puts shifting where it belongs, so you can keep both hands safely at the wheel. And look, you can shift and turn the wheel at the same time, for the control remains stationary, which makes Edsel the world's easiest car to handle. On the Edsel's instrument panel, you'll find many more new ideas, like this speedometer that glows red when you exceed the safe maximum speed you set it for. This one simple dial that sets heat, ventilation, and air conditioning at a twist of the wrist. Even a remote trunk release that electrically opens the luggage compartment. And under that long, straight Edsel hood, you'll find the newest V8 engines in the world. The big new Edsel 400 and the larger Edsel 475. Each one power matched to the weight of the car to put more usable power at your command than you have ever known before. Remember, driving an Edsel is an experience no man should miss. Discover for yourself the thrill of driving an Edsel, 1958's one really new car. Visit your Edsel dealer soon, and when you do, you'll meet a fine businessman with a broad automobile experience. He became an Edsel dealer because he had driven the Edsel, he had compared it, and he had carefully evaluated it. He'll be glad to demonstrate to you, as he did to himself, that the 1958 Edsel is the car that offers you the most in elegance of styling and performance. There are 18 models and 4 series to choose from. Edsel prices are surprisingly low, with models priced just above the lowest and ranging through the entire medium price field. You can afford an Edsel. Stop in and see and drive the Edsel tomorrow at your Edsel dealer.
And we're back. Yeah, I pretty much decided once I made the fold there that I played that hand really badly at the break there. I definitely think floating that flop needs to happen. Did I also? How exactly did that go down? Let's go back and have another look at it again. So I put in the raise early, get the call from. Yeah, I should also not check that flop. I should c-bet that flop as well. I check. Yeah, the whole hand, it was just a comedy of errors because I checked. The flop comes queen 6-4. I've got a pair of sevens. There's two clubs. I've got the 7 of clubs, and I just checked to him on that flop. I should absolutely 100% be c-betting that flop. If he's got a queen, he's just got a queen. But yeah, I don't know why I checked there. That's, yeah. Okay. No, I just played that hand horribly then, is basically what happened. I just played that hand horribly. We got a table move, though. Another 40 minutes of late registration yet. I'm going to jump into the black hole nano again, I think. Should I play the big black hole today? Should I play the big one? Should I play the big one? No, let's play the little one again. Alrighty, you'll notice our bankroll numbers are a little lower today than they've been in previous days. That's because I used a 10 euro ticket to get into the dark matter today, so I did not take 10 euros out of my bankroll, so that does not get reflected in our bankroll numbers. So it will look smaller today than it has in days past, and if we happen to bank a cash in this dark matter, the bank will look way bigger than it should as well, because there'll be no $10 buy-in to take off of it. Sorry, just doing some background stuff. Getting the black hole set up for you guys to watch. Alrighty, we got the black hole nano up on screen now as well. I mean, you might just have a king here, but certainly doesn't have to. So currently our games are the black hole nano, the falling star bounty, and the big dark matter, full size dark matter. The ace just gets there, crushes the king's dreams in the dark matter. So gross for the Kings there. That brings us one closer to cashing. Still lots of time to go, so we shouldn't even be thinking about that yet. Yeah, no, I think you're right. Dark Matter started just over an hour ago now. I could certainly put in a raise, blind on blind with the Jack 6 there. And I probably should some of the time. I don't think I should all of the time, though. I think this is a 3-bet from the button with Ace Queen. Yeah, I think this is a 3-bet. We're going to pot this, which might be a little large, but I'd actually like to just take it down here, frankly. I like that flop. I like that flop a lot. I think we definitely need to continue here. Because I think there's a lot of paired hands that are going to continue that have lower pairs. Does he just have a jack here? I guess if he just has a jack, I guess we're just losing our stack here. Oh, he just has the jack and the 10 and the queen. It doesn't matter that we get the straight because he just has the fucking jack. Just has the fucking jack. Should I call there? Should I not call there? I mean, should I just assume he has the fucking jack there? I think that he plays that the same way with an underpair to that board because he looks at me and says you don't have to have the queen or the jack here. I don't know. Do I need to? I think I need to call off there. I think. Yeah, I'm playing the 1E falling star at the moment. I might actually look for a 5E later on if there is one. I think there is one starting later on for either 2 or 5 euros that I might play. Hello to Farlot. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You've come just in time to watch me get coolered a little bit, I think. Just put in a big raise on the, oh, we got it through. I need to change my, no final tables at the moment. I need to change my title. Thank you for reminding me of that. Oh, do I want to reshove these? Do I want to reshove these? I think I want to reshove these. All right, I'll bring it up again and show it. Alrighty, so I'm on the button, and I'm dealt ace queen. We got a raise from under the gun +1, 3x, which I put in a 3-bet, a pot size 3-bet against from the button with my ace queen. I like the way I'm playing it pre-flop so far. I don't mind taking it down here most of the time. And I actually think against the hand that he actually has, he should probably be folding it to my 3-bet, although you guys might have a different opinion on that. But calling behind is not terrible, I don't think. Clearly, this looks like a great flop for us. And when he checks to us, I think I'm c-betting this 100% of the time. So I'm pretty happy with my half pot size c-bet here as well. And when he comes over top of me, he thought a bit about it, so it wasn't an insta shove. And I figured that he's got draws here, whether it be hearts, whether it be up and down, that he's trying to make sure I'm not drawing with a bear jack or something like that to beat him on, I think, and he wants to get out of the way here. I think he thinks I can be c-betting with kind of a wide variety of aces that haven't actually hit this board, like an ace-king, maybe even an ace-10, ace-9, things like that. So I don't necessarily think he needs to have a jack when he does this. So I think I have to call off because, again, there's so much money in there. I'm pretty high in my range, and it's pretty unlikely that he's sitting there with a jack, I think. I mean, Ace Jack to me is sort of the only hand that might think about calling that 3-bet pre-flop. And even that, I think, is a little questionable, frankly. So when he shows up here with 10 Jack of diamonds, I'm a little bit surprised. But 10 Jack suited is a good hand to see a flop with, I guess. So I guess it's not terrible to call a 3-bet. When you're out of position, though, it's a little bit gives a little bit of probably a minus EV play, in my opinion, I think, but I could be wrong about that. So we don't, we end up actually getting there with a straight, but it doesn't matter because he hits the full house on the turn. One of our straight cards is his full house card. So we lose our chips. So what are you gonna do? I mean, I think I have to do this. So then the next one that was kind of interesting was I got dealt threes on the big blind here, and we got raised by the same guy again, that Dr. Grieve fellow, and I figured putting in the shove at this point was really my only move. I don't want to call and then have 3 overcards to my pair on the flop, and I don't want to just fold the equity of a pair in this spot. So I thought shoving just over like 11 big blinds was the right move, and it turned out he was willing to fold to me, so it turned out to be probably the right move, I think, in that spot. And probably overall, it's the right move, I think. So, alrighty, so that's the most recent action. We are down to not a great stack, but a half stack, but we're still playing. We still got chips, we still got a share, so we're still okay. Dr. Grieve keeps getting there with his hands. I think we're open shoving our King Jack here. We are late middle position. Nope, you know what? We're going to be super nitty and we're going to fold our King Jack there. We're just a little bit too far back in the position to be shoving that wide, I think. Correct me in chat if I'm wrong, please. Yeah, that's sort of what I figured as well. And I mean, I do expect him to show up there with the odd jack. The 10 jack wasn't really a hand I expected him to show up there with, frankly, to be honest. Alrighty, so that's currently what we're, all the games we're playing. We got the Dark Matter 750 euro guarantee up there in the top left, where we're not doing great, but we still got chips and we're still alive. Get the Falling Star bounty, where we've got more than our start stack. Haven't taken any booties yet, but again, we're still alive. We're still doing okay. Going to be closing in on the end of late reg there pretty quick, I think, if we aren't there already. Let's have a quick look. Are we there already? Registration is closed, yes. So we are going to have 35 players getting money paid back in this event. 88 cents is the min cash, so that will not pay back our buy-in yet. We'll need to get some bounties if we want to, or go deeper than a min cash if we want to pay back our monies. But yeah, otherwise it's not going terribly there. And then in the bottom right, or bottom left, of course, you got the Black Hole Nano. Came fourth in that yesterday. Would love to go a little bit deeper than that even today. Still need to put one of these trophies from the Black Hole Nano on my trophy shelf. We did put a sixth Nano trophy on our trophy shelf yesterday when we won the Titan. But it was another illustration of why I'm trying to go to some of the higher games, because we had a great day yesterday. We won a tournament, folks. We won the Titan for €4 and change. Doesn't really have an impact on your bankroll when you got €150 bankroll anymore. So even our wins aren't really impacting our bankroll a huge amount. I still love the fact that I'm winning. That's great, and I'm very happy with it. But yeah, right? I mean, we won a tournament and we got €4 to add to our €145 bankroll. Not terribly significant. So we need to start. Wagering more to win more. Maybe the Dark Matter was a bit of a high sights, but I actually wanted to kick this off with a bit of a flair. And I still think my logic about my results in the Dark Matter Nano hold, frankly. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm going to get called enough there with bigger hands. I've got too many people to get through there. I don't really think it needs to. If I'm on the button with King Jack, I'm always probably shoving it. But cool. We'll see you again soon. The Fry Lot, thanks for coming and hanging out with me for a bit, and we'll see you soon. We will see you soon. Alrighty, so let's head back to our main one table view here. And I guess we're going to call off for life here, I think, with a pair of 8s and just hope for the best. We're behind here some of the time, but I think we're against Ace Kings, Ace Queens, Ace King. Come on. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Binkage. Alrighty, so that gets us almost back to our start stack, which means we are basically just late regging this tournament at this point for 20 big blinds. Life's not so terrible. Life's not so terrible. We're still alive, folks. We are still alive. Still alive in our Dark Matter drive. Thank you, Night Shopper. I agree with you. I hope I run well tonight as well, and I hope it's especially in the Dark Matter, but I will take running well in anything, frankly. We're actually in for sort of $0 today in the dark matter because we bought in with a ticket. Cost us €2 to get the ticket. Well, €2 and change because I tried a couple of times with the 40 cents to get a €2 ticket. And then I just spent €2 on spent €2 cash on a €2 to €10 finally. So it's probably cost us €3, maybe €3.40 to get into this, to get that ticket. But it reflects a 0 on our bankroll today, so we're anything we put in that, technically it will be a profit in theory. So I think if this folds to me, I'm open shoving from where I am. I've only got 19 big blinds. Don't really want to call off. So 3-bet shove with fives, 3-bet shove with fives, 3-bet shoves with fives. Sorry, I just got to plug in my phone here while I think about 3-bet shove with fives. Do I want a 3-bet shove with fives here? No, I think fives are a little light. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Probably 7s and up. I'm definitely going there. Yeah, I think, I don't know. That might have been too nitty. Might have been too nitty, but goody rings, goody rings. Thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard the mothership. Hope there were no transporter accidents on your way up here to our flight deck. I always like to recommend everybody check that all of their hands and legs and fingers are in the right places and have the right count once they're finished beaming up to the mothership, because you never know what happens with these weird transporters, folks. Oh yes, that's the other thing that changed about the dark matter today. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is the dark matter not a 6-handed tournament yesterday and the day before when we were playing it? It was 100. I'm 100% certain that it was a 6-handed tournament. It is a 9-handed tournament today. Not only is it a reduced prize guarantee, but I'm sure that it was a 6-handed tournament yesterday and it's 9-handed today. Thank you to Frylot. I appreciate that. Appreciate that vote of confidence. I feel like I'm playing reasonably well. I mean, it feels like I'm making reasonably good decisions for the most part. There obviously was that hand right before the break that did not go terribly well for us, largely because of the way I played it. But otherwise, I actually think I'm making reasonably good decisions in this tournament today. There's stuff happening on the black hole table as well. I raised pre-flop with my 8s, c-bet the flop, and now I'm going to continue on the turn as well, I think. We had 3 callers pre-flop, and then Johnny got out of the way on the flop. I guess it's a check call situation here most of the time. As long as it's not like stupidly absurd. Ooh, got a pair of aces on the black hole. So we're going to put in a raise pre with that. We got a nice nice one on the black hole. We had a pair of aces on the dark matter, I said, and we just put in a raise pre and took it down. It was aces in the small blind. Unfortunately, we didn't get any action against us, but we did win with aces, so it's never a terrible thing. Yeah, it's really bizarre that suddenly they dropped the guarantee and it became a 9-handed tournament instead of a 6-handed tournament. It's like totally strange. We got a straight flush draw here, folks. We got the up and down straight flush draw here, folks. Well, I actually like 9-handed, so in many ways I'm actually happier today. Because 9-handed tournaments tend to suit my slower style a little bit more, I think. In that I don't see the blinds nearly as often, so I can actually wait around a little bit longer for better hands, which is what I prefer to do. So I think the 9-handed tables suit me a little bit better. So I'm actually kind of happy about the change, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm not going to complain to anybody. If I complain to anybody about anything, it'll be about the reduced prize guarantee. But as I said earlier, at my bankroll level, 750 or 1,000 euros is not a terribly significant difference. It's both huge money if I win or even cash the thing. It's huge money in relation to my bankroll. So I don't really, obviously care and obviously prefer it to be 1,000 rather than 750. But it's not really that relevant to me, frankly. I'm still pretty happy playing this, and I'd still be pretty happy to cash this in pretty much any position, frankly. It doesn't have to be even win this thing to be significant. I mean, we get 1635 out of it today. That's more than 10% of our bankroll just for freaking min cash in this thing, right? So. Falling Star is about to get ugly. Or is it? A7 suited. But it's only A7. Nope, Falling Star's not about to get ugly. At least not for me, it's not. Sorry, false alarm, false alarm. Cancel red alert, cancel red alert. Just realized I'd misspelled it in my title and called it the bulk hole. The bulk hole nano. Well, that's a chunky raise, Mr. 375783 6X. Obviously not interested in it with my Queen 8, but I wonder why you made it so big. I do wonder why you made it so big. We're getting another table move. Looks like there's 15 people getting paid in here. It looks like we've cracked the guarantee, in fact, as well. Let's have a look at our prize pools. Oh, yes. We're up to 828 in prizes now. Total prize pool on this one. So we've beat the guarantee. Registration closes in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So it looks like we're going to have our final numbers set here pretty quick. So it wouldn't quite have met the €1,000 guarantee, but it definitely is meeting the... Alrighty, so this is where things are going to get ugly with us. We're shoving our 10 big blinds with ace 10 here. But yeah, we definitely beat the 750 that they put on, so that's good. That's good. I like getting, obviously like getting free money from overlays, but I also recognize from the site's perspective, if the overlay is there all the time and you're always getting overlay, something's wrong, because the site can't keep paying out money that they're not taking in. So, yeah, it's a tricky situation. Obviously, poker players love getting free money, but at the same time, you know, free money is going to cause a problem. Wow, 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 we just get there. We just get there in the falling star. I love it when we just get there. I hate it when they just get there. You know, I hate it when I'm the one with ace jack and he's the one with ace 10 and he just gets there. That sucks. But when I'm the one with ace 10 and he's the one with ace jack and I just get there, that's awesome, folks. That's awesome. And we'll put in a 3x raise under the gun with our... Oh, we're getting just hands everywhere. We are reshoving our queens in the dark matter, folks. We took down the pot in the falling star with our jacks. We've also got eights on the black hole table where the flop has come 993. Yes, bankage in the dark matter. Let's go down to the black hole. We put in a C-bet when the flop came 993 with our pair of eights. Nobody has to have a 9 here. People should not have a 9. I raised, got 2 calls behind me. I mean, there are some random 9s out there, but shouldn't be terribly likely. When we get calls, it's going to be a lot of ace-x hands, I think. So we're going to take it down a lot because most people didn't hit that flop, and they didn't call me with pairs. Alrighty, so we actually got a chance at this dark matter shit now. Be pretty fucking awesome to cash this puppy today. $15 people getting paid. We're still 22nd, so we are not in a money spot at the moment, but there's still lots of time to go. 48 people left in the tournament, so 33 to go until we're in the money. There's lots of poker to be played here in the dark matter, folks. We've actually got decent stacks in all 3 tournaments we're playing now. We've got decent stack in the dark matter. We have a decent stack in the falling star bounty. We have a decent stack in the dark matter. And we have a decent stack in the black hole as well. It's not a great stack yet, but it's a decent one. We certainly aren't getting the gifts today that we got yesterday. One of the reasons we went so deep yesterday is because we just got gifted chips at the beginning of the tournament a few times. 2, 3, 4-way all-ins where I'm in the pot with kings and aces, and they're in the pot with cocktail napkins, basically. So that was always nice. It's always nice when you get gifted chips at the beginning of a tournament like this. Hasn't happened so far today, but we've slowly been chipping up as the poker's been going pretty normally today. We haven't had a ton of gross beats. We haven't had a ton of cases where we've gotten in really bad and sucked out. We just saw one ace 10 against ace jack, but that's, I think, the first one where I've really gone dirty against somebody today. So it's been pretty much just, poker's been played today, which is nice. I like it when poker's played. I'm not really fond of bingo. If I was fond of bingo, I'd go play bingo, right? If I was fond of lotteries, I'd go play lotteries. I like poker, so I like it when poker gets played. It's always fun when poker gets played. Speaking of poker, this is the falling star. This is the falling star, and I really feel like this is a 3-bet shove spot with our sevens. Could be a little light in this spot, but I feel like the spot is there. It's a good squeeze opportunity, I think. Oh, and we just get called by the 8s. Oh, and we just spiked the 7. I spoke too soon when I said dirty, filthy was not a theme for us today. Dirty, filthy seems to be a massive theme for us today. Well, that definitely puts us in a scoring position in the falling star with a decent chance to go quite deep in that one now. Still got some work to do probably in the dark matter, and still got some work to do probably in the black hole. Well, definitely in the black hole, but black hole's still quite early. Excuse me for that. That one just snuck up on me there. Just filling my e-juice with freckled lemonade. Righty, we got a pair of 9s in the big blind on the dark matter table. Devilfish, cool. I like that avatar. That's a cool name. Good name, buddy. Nice to pay homage to Dave Ulliott. Did you just spike the jack? Or are you just trying to steal this from me? I think you're just trying to steal this from me. You just spiked the fucking jack. So all that work in the dark matter, and we just screw it up with a fucking stupid move with our 9s there. I mean, I clearly don't have to go crazy and reshove there. I clearly don't think he has to have a jack there either, though, frankly. I don't think he just has to have hit his card there. Can I really ever get out of the way there with just the 9? or with just the one overcard to my pair. So I could call there. I can't even go back and replay the hand now because unfortunately the tournament's over and I don't have the replay window up anymore, which is dumb of me. So if I call there and I've got about 7,500 chips behind when I make that call. And then the turn comes and he fires out again, probably puts me all in anyways. So I think if I want to, I either have to fold that hand on the flop or I'm putting all my chips in the middle. Or I'm just folding the turn when that happens. So calling doesn't ever seem like the right move there. Maybe reshoving on the flop was the proper move. Maybe reshoving on the flop was the proper move. I mean, in that specific spot, he probably maybe still calls me with Queen Jack. But I don't know. I'm not terribly unhappy with my shove on the flop there. But if you guys think differently, then let me know about that. I don't think I hate it. Obviously not happy with the result, but I don't think I hate the play in that particular spot. I think that he's going to be, with his stack, I think he's going to be trying to bully me off of a lot of flops. I think he's going to be betting pretty close to 100% of flops, given the dynamic at the table and the chip stacks. So I don't think I can get away there, and as I said, based on the stack dynamics, I think my only move is to reshove there. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm not talking because I'm actually chatting in chat in real time because I'm talking about that hand where we busted out of the dark matter. In. Alrighty, yeah, so I definitely should have reshoved those 9s pre-flop rather than waiting until the flop. I definitely should have. And then once I get to the flop, as you guys say, it does make sense that I just call and then either call off what I think is his bluff on the river or on the turn, or let him shut down, and then I can possibly take it away at that point, or just go to showdown and win with my 9s. So yeah, I can see where I didn't play that one properly, and need to think more about that. I don't know why I didn't reshove that one pre-flop. That's it's one of my leaks, I think, is that I do like to see flops, and I probably see more flops than I should, frankly. I don't actually, not probably, almost definitely. Anyways, we're under a break, so I'm going to send you guys off to some 50s commercials that you may or may not have seen before. We'll be right back after these short messages.
There are two ways of putting a protective wax job on your car. One way is to do it like Richard here. He's using an old-fashioned wax. You know, the hard rubbing kind. While the other way to wax a car is to do what Joe is doing. He's using Johnson's car plate, the 20-minute no-rubbing auto wax. First, with long, easy strokes, Joe wipes car plate onto his car's clean finish. Notice Joe just spreads it lightly. While Richard continues to rub and rub and rub. About 10 minutes later, and Joe's covered the whole car with car plate. Now he's ready for the next step. While Richard still rubs and rubs and rubs to bring up a polish. Notice on Joe's car that car plate has dried to a light haze. You see? During the drying, a tough coat of wax bonded itself to the car's finish. Joe wipes off the haze and uncovers a brilliant wax shine. In 20 minutes, the waxing job is done, and Joe has given his car the brightest, longest-wearing waxing it's ever had. While here's Richard still rubbing. Gee, maybe we ought to tell him. Richard? Richard! Did you know you could have completely waxed your car with Johnson's car plate in 20 minutes with no rubbing? Poor Richard. Next time, get a can of Johnson's car plate at your service station or wax dealers. And for a perfect cleaning job before you wax, get Johnson's new car plate cleaner.
Well, 56 is almost gone. Only 3 more days. We made a lot of friends, sold a lot of Chevrolet. But let's not wait till New Year's Eve. At some time past 11. Let's go explore what lies in store for 1957. May 57 bring you all that's best along the way. Good health, good friends, good times galore in your new Chevrolet. The big buy in the low-price field will win in any test. All point-by-point comparisons show Chevy leads the rest. May you enjoy the special air of springtime, clean and new. Enjoy it every bit as much inside your Chevy, too. The outside air can breeze right through this brand new intake vent, improving air supply as much as 22%. May friends add to your happiness, and may days be filled with fun. And may you often have a chance to choose your favorite one. In Chevrolet, you have a choice no other car can touch. 5 engines, 5 transmissions. Only Chevy has so much. And may you reap the harvest of the highways across the land. And when again the end of one more year is close at hand, and you count all the good things that you've gained along the way, perhaps the best of all the rest will be your Chevrolet. And although our show is far from being over, on behalf of your authorized Chevrolet dealer, let me wish you a very happy New Year.
We are back, and you guys are catching me 420ing earlier than 420. Just because I was late getting back from my break. Yeah, you're right, Eddie. That's and like I say, at the end of the day, I realize in hindsight that 9-9, um, despite how much ahead of his range, blind on blind, it actually is. I am still. I mean, part of the problem is that his range blind on blind is pretty much any two cards at that point. With the stack sizes as they were, I honestly think he's raising pretty much any two cards at that point. So in some ways, it does feel like when I reshove the nines from the big blind there, I'm folding out a ton of his bluff hands that I might actually get more value on as the streets go on. I also get that a lot of his quote unquote random bluff hands are hands like Jack 4, Queen 7, King 10. King 10's not even that random of a bluff hand, but you know what I mean. So there are lots of hands that that my hand is way ahead of that just do me in on the flop, right? Because they hit one of the overcards. So I can totally see in that case where nines is probably not. There's too much in his random range that's above me that to make that a really profitable play trappy wise after the flop. But you're right, with a hand like aces, kings, queens, that sort of thing, it's an entirely different situation, probably. Alrighty, so we are hand for hand, 3 away from the money on the falling star. If I could pass through the camera, I would pass through the camera, my friend. But unfortunately, it's haven't worked out a virtual THC application that I'm aware of yet. But I guess that does actually tie back into the hand I had just before the break as well, because it was the same. I made the same mistake on that hand where I just called pre-flop, if I'm not mistaken. When I should have come back over the top and reshoved. So that's actually a leak that I need to pay more attention to in my game, I think. Need to get more familiar with what I should be shoving from the big blind. Yeah, I think I should get more familiar with what my shove range from the big blind is, because it strikes me that at least twice in that dark matter game I fell victim to that problem. Cool. Well, I mean, I'm not terribly unhappy if I can identify a leak that I can now put into my head and think about and work on. Unfortunately, with things like this, it probably means that my reaction is going to mean that I'm going to be shoving more often than I should now, but we'll eventually probably balance that out to the right level. Um, but it does seem like I'm too passive on my big blind, and that I'm maybe calling the wrong hands and not shoving hands I should. So we're down to the hard bubble now on the falling star. Yeah, hand for hand on every tournament that on the way down to the money. It usually depends on the size of the payout pool and how many tables are left when we get there. But I've seen it go hand for hand as far back as 5 in some of the free rolls. But in these, it's usually only for the hard bubble. But once you get over 25 or 30 people getting paid, it expands to be 2 or 3 people left when they go hand for hand, so that the stalling becomes less of an issue. I kind of like it, actually. Looks like our sleeping shorty will be all in the big blind in the next hand. So I think we'll just hang out and wait until that happens and see what goes from there. Someday, once computer interfaces are eventually hooked into our brain, which I assume someday they will be in some form or another, there will be virtual drugs that get developed that exist entirely in software, but are able to affect your mood and affect your brain in ways very similar to intoxication, I think. So that will be an interesting time. That said, I'm not entirely sure I would ever be in the lineup to have my brain surgically altered to allow input from computers. So until they find some sort of non-invasive way of doing it, there ain't no way I'm standing in line to sign up for it. So. Yeah, no, agreed. If I can learn something from this, that's good too. And I mean, look, the truth is, and I hate to put it this way because it's never, as a poker player, this is obviously never your intention. But let's be perfectly clear. When I decided at the beginning of this week to fire 5 bullets into the dark matter this week, I fully and completely understand that one of the outcomes of that is that I fire 5 bullets and I bust 5 times before the money in that tournament. 5 is a very small sample size in terms of poker tournaments. And although the odds say that I cash in roughly 1 of 4 dark matter nano tournaments, that does not mean that every 4 tournaments will result in a cashing event for me. By no means does that ever mean that in poker. What it means is that overall, I do pretty well in that tournament, but on any given day, there's no reason to say, and on any given 4, 5, 6, 7 days in a row, there's no reason why I can't just have my ass handed to me every single one of those days. So absolutely, one of the outcomes of this week could be that I fire 5 bullets in the dark matter, cash none of them, and end up with some experience in a higher priced tournament. I don't think that'll be a loss. I think that I'll still be happy with the fact that I fired these 5 bullets, because I think that there was purpose and thought, and whether or not the run out works for us, getting our money in this spot was a good thing to do, I think. If we want to extend the poker metaphor to the point where it might be strained, I'm not going to be unhappy with my decision to put this in, no matter how it turns out. That said, I still think there's a reasonable chance that we pull some money out of one of the next 2 games that we play. So. Yeah, and the Matrix sort of thing. It'll be, I definitely think we're headed for a time where people don't make as many drugs out of chemicals, and people start programming drugs in computer software. I don't think it's that far away. And actually, I think there probably is non-invasive ways of doing it with various kinds of electron type stuff, and also with nanotechnology, I think, which is not quite here yet in our world, but not that far away, frankly. There's no technical challenges really to us. All of the challenges now are engineering challenges. They're not theoretical challenges really in nanotechnology. So engineering challenges can be overcome. Theoretical challenges sometimes are impossible to overcome. Sometimes the universe just doesn't let you do those things. Alrighty, we got black hole stuff happening. So we're going to put some money in the pot with this hand, I think. But in the case of nanotechnology, as far as there's really no laws that say we can't do it, at least not down to a certain level. There are some quantum issues when we start talking about building things on a subatomic level, and possibly even at an atomic level. But if you're talking at the molecular level, there's really no engineering challenge, or there's really no theoretical challenges whatsoever to nanotechnology at the molecular level, nor, frankly, is there at the cellular level. There's no challenges theoretically there at all either. So I think nanotechnology is one of those things that will be right around the corner. Just a matter of when we can overcome the technical and engineering challenges, because those are the only challenges that we have to overcome in that case. Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like I'm out of. I don't feel like I'm really out of my depth in that tournament. It's not like I've really felt like, and I mean, I'll be honest. There's times when I go on places like PokerStars or Party Poker, if I'm playing a bigger event like an $11 event or something like that on one of those sites, I sort of feel like I'm a piece of meat hanging above the shark tank in some cases, with all the sharks just kind of jumping up, trying to bite at my stack. So that's kind of a disconcerting feeling when you're in that situation. I don't get that feeling at all in the dark matter. I get the feeling that I'm playing against people who are very much like me, and who aren't all that different, frankly, from me. And I think that I've definitely got. I'm happy to say that I don't feel like I'm outclassed in that tournament at all. So I think I have every chance to. I have as much chance to cash in that as I've ever had to cash in the Dark Matter Nano, and we know how that's gone for me. So, alrighty, so we're about to see what happens when we put all of our money in with queens against a raise and against a limp and a raise. Against Dr. Grieve. Aha, this is a familiar face. I just realized he's changed We've changed tables a few times, but he's followed us around, and he's back here now. So we could get a nice triple up here, potentially. Booyah! Booyah! It was kind of risky on the bubble there, I suppose, but I don't think I had a whole lot of choice. And here we are, sitting with 51,000 chips in fourth place, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, no, I agree. I just have to keep pushing at it. I mean, and let's face it, as a freeze-out tournament, the fact that I'm even cashing 24% of the time in the Dark Matter Nano in a freeze-out tournament is kind of astonishing to me, to be honest. It's a very high ITM rate, I think, for a freeze-out style event. I think for a rebuy event, that's probably right around par for what you might expect for a good result in a rebuy event. But in a freeze-out event, I think that because there's going to be a lot of there's going to be a lot of samples in your sample size of freeze-out tournaments, that you just get crushed in the early goings, or you just bubble, or you just get 5 away from the money like I did in the Singularity yesterday, and just get into a situation that you can't really get away from. So yeah, I mean, I just think it's nice one, Addy. So we're both in that one together, and I'm just about to put in a nice raise here with my pair of jacks on the cutoff. And with our backdoor heart, I don't think we are going anywhere on this flop. So good luck us. Nice. Booyah! That's our first bounty of the day as well. That's our first bounty of the day in this one, which is nice. 59 cents added to our bankroll. I try not to let them bite my sack, but sometimes it's really hard to avoid, right? Oh, what was that again? That was 59 cents? 59 cents, yes it was. Yes, it was. Equals 0.59. 0. Fold that one. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. That was a very nice hand. It was I was pretty happy to see Dr. Grieve in there, because I knew that that was going to be a pretty light spot. He was actually had better cards than I expected him to have there. But we've seen his action before. So we're now second in chips. I could probably put in a raise with the ace-3 of clubs there as well, but we're in pretty early position in a 9-handed game. Well, 8-handed, I guess. We got one empty seat, but we're still in pretty early position for that. So I think ace-3 is not a must-open hand. So it might just be one of the reasons why my record might not be the same when I move up stakes as it is when I'm playing at the Nanos, is it might just be that I'm particularly good at exploiting the weird spots that come up in Nanos where people give away their stacks. Because, I mean, let's face it, that's the reason that I was deep in the black hole yesterday, is because early on, people just gifted me their stacks in a couple of places. That's not happening a ton in the dark matter that I've been seeing. I mean, it's clearly there's been a couple of players that have seemed to have played that way. The first time we played, there was that one player on our table, Addy, that was just crazy loco. It was the guy that called off the 4-bet with 6 deuce, right? And then flopped the 6-6. But for the most part, I'm not actually seeing those spots in that tournament. And, you know, there's a good chunk of my wins come from the fact that people just gift me chips in really weird spots where there's just no reason for it to happen. You know, and that's a significant part of the Nano play, frankly. So if this folds to us, we definitely put in a raise here. We're probably not doing anything absurd to a 20 big blind shove, though. The Falling Star makes for an interesting sort of transition tournament because it's still, I mean, it's a low enough price that I still think a ton of Nano players play it, and I see a ton of the same players in the Falling Star that I see in the Nano tournaments that I play as well, which is not so true when I get into like 1 Euro singularities and 2 Euro singularities and things like that. But I also think it's one of the ones that sort of the bottom end of some of the ones that better players would play as well. Although I think it's probably the 5 Euros that they're playing most often. Let me actually have a look at the schedule. Where is there a 5 Euro Falling Star coming up soon? Let's have a look here. Falling Star. So it's Omaha Falling Star in 18 minutes for 10 Euros. I think I'll pass on that. There's one in level 12 at the moment, but nothing coming up. Okay. Oh, do I have a Dwarf Star happening that I've been missing? Yes, we have a Dwarf Star going on that I'm just completely missing. Let's get into that, shall we? Dwarf Star is... Alrighty, so we have got the Dwarf Star Bounty up and running now as well. Dwarf Star Bounty Nano, that is, of course. I do have to be more careful with that these days, because it's not always Nanos that I'm playing anymore, so... Flop the flush draw here. It's a chunky C-bet, but I think we're going to see a... Oh. I was going to say, but I think we're going to see a turn card, but Jesus. Jesus, buddy, you just fucking shoved 14,000 chips. Like, what the hell, dude? Like, what the hell? I mean, if we're there with the ace high draw, I may be calling there, but like, what the hell, dude? Just like, you bet 609 chips and you just fucking throw 14,000 over top of it. Lonely Fairy is hyperactive so far at this table. And we are not managing to hit any flops that we try to get involved in. It's a little bit frustrating because we're having to basically give away chips to the aggro Lonely Fairy when we know that they're not hitting the hands all the time. But put in a raise under the gun with aces, and nothing exciting happened, even though we thought it might. Lonely Fairy finally decided to stay out of a hand. See you later, Firelot. Good luck, man. See you soon. Hopefully we will do some crushing in one of these smaller tournaments today. We're already going pretty deep in the Falling Stars, so pretty happy with that. Up to a 99-cent guarantee. So I think we just had, yeah, it was all limpy. So I think we're going to put in a bet here with our top pair. Just wanted to make sure there wasn't a pre-flop raise. I didn't think there was, but... Conless has been pretty active so far on the table, so... I'm not going to go anywhere with my top pair at this point. I don't necessarily think that Conless has to have the clubs. But given how many draws just came in on the river, or on the turn, I think that my top pair is probably pretty dead at this point. Wow. Chip Owl. Holy shit, dude. What the hell was going through your head there, buddy? I mean, I know Conless is like super aggro, but seriously? Yeah, absolutely got to fold. It's just, I mean, with that draw, I'm just not drawing anything. Hand come up in the black hole. It's just astonishing as well, I think. And in fact, I'm actually going to bring it up on replay because I'm still astonished at what we just saw. Let's go find this one. Yeah, that was the hand right there. That was the hand right there, folks. So we weren't involved in this hand, but let's bring it up and show it anyways because it's just one of those fascinating nano spots that you get into that you just have to shake your head and go, "What the hell were you thinking, buddy?" Right, so we're on the big blind, and we actually, have a hand that we're kind of interested in a little bit, right? It's not a terrible spot. So we get a limp, we get another limp, we get a limp. So we figure, let's see a flop, let's see what happens. Flop comes jack high. We're pretty happy with that. So after we check to make sure it was limped around, we throw in our c-bet. It gets rid of one player. Conless makes the call, and Chip Out makes the call. Alrighty. So basically, every single draw that anybody had on the flop just got there on the river or on the turn, right? I mean, the clubs got there, the straight draws get there. I guess there's the 9-10 straight draw that didn't get there, but all of the straight draws that involve a 7 got there, pretty much. So and the clubs got there. So at this point, I mean, I'm pretty certain at this point that I'm probably not in great shape. But I figure it's worth calling one. It's worth calling one bet here because it's a min bet, and when we turn the cards over, you'll see what he's doing this with. But it strikes me that he could be doing this sort of thing with something like a hand like this. What's weird is that he just decides to go crazy with the hand that he has. At this point, we're done, right? I mean, there's no way our jack is any good at this point, so we just get rid of our hand. Conless reshoves over top. He's polarized. It's either a complete bluff or he's on the clubs. I mean, he's not even on a straight at this point when he's reshoving, I don't think, because the chip out can have the clubs here all the time as well. We're talking about a small blind hand that just called a limp pre-flop, or called a couple limps pre-flop. He could have any two. So clubs is absolutely in his range. And I'm glad at this point that I got out of the hand, and I'm still glad that I got out of the hand because I shouldn't have been there from the turn. But then you see fucking Chapow here with the deuce of clubs and the 8 of hearts. I mean, seriously, folks? I don't know what the hell's going on here anymore. That is just some weird ass shit going on there. And you're not even, unless you just assume he's on a bald ass bluff and he has no club whatsoever. What do you, I mean, I guess maybe you could make the case for bluffing with the raise, but as soon as he shoves on you, you hate giving away all those chips, but you can't call off with a hand that you know is beat, right? Oh, I just went through that whole hand and you guys weren't even watching it. You guys were watching all the other stuff. Well, we'll go back through it really quickly. You guys listen to my commentary on it, and I will put it up on the screen, and we will go through it real quickly again, just as we go through. That was funny. I always love doing that. Right. So there we go. We're up now. So we got Queen Jack in the big blind. We got limps coming around. I flopped top pair, so I put out the bet after we got limp two. Get two callers. Clubs and straight draws come in on the turn. We make the one call because we think that the min bet can be something pretty weak, which it turns out to be something pretty weak. Once Conless comes over top, we're pretty much done with the hand. Once Idiot comes back over the top, we're absolutely done with the hand, so we get out of the way. Conless shoves. Chipow makes the call with 8 of hearts, deuce of clubs on that board, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, bizarre. And, of course, he loses because, that's what happens when you make plays like that, I suppose. Yeah. So, and then he bought back in again, so he's still sitting to our right, although he's sitting out now. Alrighty, so here in the black hole, Nano, we have got 10,000 chips, basically a start stack, 57 of 86. I need to do some work there, obviously, for us to go any deeper. On the falling star, we are 4 of 23, guaranteed 99 cents now, but we're looking for a bigger payout here. We've got one booty so far, but we're doing okay. We're cashing. We're in a profit already on that tournament. And this is the Dwarf Star Bounty that just got started. A couple of not great situations in here where we've had to give up hands and lose some chips, but so for the moment, our big chance at money is going to come in the Falling Star Bounty 1 year buy-in, where we have a chance to pull 21 euros out if we win. Well, that would be pretty cool. We've definitely got a final table stack here. We've definitely got a stack we can go deep in. And welcome back, Piano Cat. Welcome back. Alrighty, I don't really want to highlight or make fun of anybody in particular, but this chip out player is definitely somebody who is going to give us some chips potentially at some point very soon down the road. There we go. Right, so this is what happened on this blind on blind hand. Very strange situation where we got 7-6. It folds around. Chip out limps from a 3 big blind stack. So I just see a flop. And then Chippewa checks to me on this flop. So I figure I should try to take it away from him. And sure enough, he just folds. Now, I fully expected when I bet there that he's gonna put me, he's gonna go all in, and he's gonna take my chips because he's hit the 9 or he's got a pair or something like that, and he's trapping me. I don't get how he can limp fold there on any flop there. I did, you know, the check fold there is just, I don't know, it's weird, very, very, very weird. Putting in a raise from the button on the dwarf star. I've got a situation here as well. I think I'm going to get rid of it. And it's probably nitty. We're going to c-bet this. Ace-queen, I think. It's probably a bit nitty to get rid of that ace-jack, but I don't know. It was a pretty chunky shove. And there's a lot of ace-x hands that I'm behind, I think. It might have been too nitty. So I don't think we're quite... Well, maybe we are. We're very close to the point where we're making money on the day now. I think we've got 172 guaranteed in wins with our falling star. And we got 175 so far in buy-ins. The reason, of course, just as a reminder, the reason that my dark matter buy-in isn't reflected in today's bankroll numbers is because we used a ticket to get into today's dark matter. So it did not come out of our bankroll. Which means we have, even though we've played and busted a 10 euro tournament already today, we have only spent 175 out of our bankroll in buy-ins. Hello, MV. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome, 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 as always. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for the wishing of luck. We had a bit of a... So the last 2 days in the dark matter, I feel like it's just not gone my way, and poker just has not gone the way it should, and I've busted in just unfortunate poker spots for the most part. Today's dark matter, I did it to myself. I played a couple of hands really badly, I think, in it, and ended up losing my chips. So basically it came down to 2 hands that I misplayed, I think, but no question I misplayed those hands. And they did kind of highlight a potential problem I have with calling too much from the big blind. And either not folding the hand or not reshoving or re-raising the hand from the big blind. So it's never a negative when you can identify something like that as a potential problem. I think we're going to put in a fairly chunky re-raise here with our ace-queen suited. Well, I sort of don't expect him because he checked, and that confused me. So at that point, I'm like, well, maybe he will fold whatever he has. You know, it was just one of those very confusing situations where I'm like, okay, maybe I can bet and win here. I shouldn't be able to bet and win here, but maybe I can. But yeah, I see your point. I probably shouldn't be. I probably shouldn't be. Alrighty, I'm gonna be calling off a shove here in the falling star, I think, with my sixes. Ugh, and he gets there. Oh well. Oh well. And I'm now gonna shove. Well, thank you, Mr. Flopnut. That was an interesting play as well. I just got a bunch of chips gifted to me in the black hole now. I know that's off screen right now, but that was a nice little pot for us there. We unfortunately, I don't think we got a bounty for that. I think that bounty went to Maine on that one. Did it? Do we have to add a bounty to our? No, we don't. Huh. I guess the bounty went to the other guy. Oh well. Gonna raise with ace queen on the dwarf star bounty table. Gonna put in the continuation bet here as well, I believe. We did get limped to 2. This is a big blind here. I think I'll just fold to him here. I don't need to get involved with 8-3. In another pot against Conless, or I thought it was going to be another pot against Conless on the black hole table. He limped to me in the small blind. I put in the raise and he folded. Or he limped to me in the big blind and put in the raise and he folded. Robot, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. That is a, we have somebody else named Robot who comes to the stream every once in a while. I think it's a different robot though, unless you've invented a new name for some reason. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I should listen to you. If I could only listen to you 3 minutes in advance, that would be that would make my life a little easier. But I got there in the end. I eventually made the shove there. We're up to 117 guaranteed now. Putting in the raise with my Queen Jack suited here. Got a break coming up, so as soon as this hand finishes, we'll send you off to the break. There we go, we're done. So enjoy this commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back.
Gee, honey, married a whole month. And I didn't know you could bake like this. You win the gold medal. You're an expert.
Next to I love you, I think the nicest words are, you're an expert. And I say with all sincerity to every woman, you can get expert results with everything you bake.
That's what every woman wants, Betty Crocker.
Indeed it is, Win. Just keep in mind that flour is your most important ingredient.
And keep this in mind, too. Gold medal kitchen-tested flour is the key to expert results for millions of women.
And remember that this friendly flour has been tested and proved to be entirely dependable, not only in our kitchens, but in homes just like yours. So why don't you bake a cake this very day?
And then see if you don't hear these complimentary words.
You win the gold medal. You're an expert.
And here's a reminder about the great Gold Medal Diamond Jubilee Sweepstakes. So easy, such fun, and such a generous array of prizes. Over 10,000 of them. You may win both dollars and diamonds. Yes, you may acquire a splendid $1,000 art-carved diamond ring. And without doing anything else, you may carry off the grand cash prize of $25,000. Clip an entry blank from a current Gold Medal ad. But do it today.
Get Johnson's Glow Coat. And this time, be sure it's the one and only Glow Coat.
Now that's an up-to-date young housewife reminding herself not to be fooled by a cut-price wax. Glow Coat protects and prolongs the life of linoleum, asphalt tile, rubber tile, and wood floors. Glow Coat gives a lasting wax finish that mops clean time after time. But let's listen to Margaret Scott of Johnson's Consumer Service tell you how 6 minutes can save you hours of hard scrubbing.
If your kitchen floor would stay clean and sparkling, you'd be happy, wouldn't you? Well, with Johnson's Glow Coat and our 6-minute method, it will. It's easy and fast and will save you from scrubbing again for weeks. Now then, you need a can of Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, our inexpensive little applier called the Glow Coater, and of course, a clean floor like this. Now you pour on some Glow Coat, a little at a time, and with your Glow Coater, spread it around evenly. Easy, isn't it? And you can do the average floor in 6 minutes or even less. Now, after you've spread on your Glow Coat, you just go off and let it dry. Your work is done. Glow Coat polishes itself. Here, let me show you up close how bright Glow Coat makes your floor. Isn't that beautiful? And it'll stay that way. Spilled things wipe right off for Glow Coat shine. Though you damp mop it time after time, that wax will last for weeks.
Because Glow Coat lasts, it's economical. Now, friends, always remember that Johnson, like anyone else, could make an inferior product that sells for less. But a cheap floor finish that wears away is no economy for you. That's why we make Glow Coat top quality. Use Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat for your floors.
My golly, I'm glad it's you to have to pick the winner tonight, not me. Boy, those are 3 terrific acts. And Leonardo is that little gal's name. And I have a little something here, a little something I want to take up with you. And that's one of these tasty Lipton soups in the envelopes. I know when you go in a grocery store and there's a million different cans of soup there, you have to go looking for these envelopes. It's a little chore to remember, but take a tip from me, will you? Just try, for instance, this Lipton green pea soup one time. Just go look for that envelope and read the directions carefully on the back. They're very simple. Do what it tells you, and in 3 minutes, you will have the most delicious, 10 minutes, pardon me, 10 minutes. You'll have the most delicious green pea soup you ever had in your life, and I'm not kidding you. And the same thing goes for the other Lipton soups. Onion, beef, chicken noodle, all kinds. Look for them one time and try them. You'll find they're far better than anything you've ever had before, even that which you made yourself.
I love that last ad so much. I've watched it a few times now, and I love it because it is an excellent example of an art form that no longer exists, and that is the live advertisement, live promotional spot. You can tell it's live. The guy makes a bunch of mistakes. It's ready in 3 minutes. Oh no, wait, 10 minutes. And it's just wonderful. I'm also, for a couple of reasons. Reason one, this was very common at the time. Reason number two, just look at the damn tape. Pretty sure the guy's a couple of drinks deep in his evening snifters already. So yeah, it's just a wonderful example of an art form that simply doesn't exist anymore. Put in a raise with our ace jack here in the Dwarf Star Nano Bounty. I think we'll c-bet here as well. It's not the greatest board for c-bet, I don't think, but it's not terrible for it either. I like the turn card quite a bit, so I think we're going to continue into here. I think we're going to go a little bit smaller than that. And we'll just shove this river. So let's have a quick run through of what's going on our tables at the moment. We've folded pre-flop our straight on the Dwarf Star Bounty, but we have a decent stack going there. I haven't taken any booties yet, but we got a decent stack going there. We are 5 of 17 in the Falling Star Bounty. We've taken one booty for a reasonable size. It was not a min booty. It was a slightly bigger one, 59 cents. And we've got a nice stack to be able to final table this puppy. We are guaranteed currently a 113 in prizes. Just put in a 3x plus raise on, 5x plus raise on 3x plus raise on the black hole nano, and we take it down pre. Still a long way to go in the black hole, although we are approaching the money bubble now, or not the money bubble. I mean the end of late registration. We're not even close to the money bubble at this point in the black hole. And we still need to build up some chips to be able to get into the money in this one, I think. But we're not far from where we need to be at this stage. We certainly have the chips to be able to do what we need to do if we get the opportunity. It's currently what we're looking at as far as main table layout is concerned. I wonder. I mean, the fact that he didn't just shove his stack here is what's making me question. Actually, I think King Queen's probably behind there. Unless he's one of these people that doesn't understand stack sizes and is just going to open fold potentially, which does not seem, I mean, raise folding like that from that stack does not seem like it's ever going to happen. And I mean, I guess there's going to be some of the time I'm going to be against pairs that I'm racing against, so that wouldn't be a terrible spot to be in for a booty there for that kind of chip stack. But yeah, just seemed like that was a very weird open from that stack. It could just be he was completely oblivious to why that was weird, but so one of the things I always have to check myself on these lower stakes games here on Unibet is I get into all these mental gymnastics about what the other guy is thinking or doing, and I have to kind of step back and go, he could be just throwing chips in the pot without any awareness of the larger significance or issues going on here. So, all that mental gymnastics you went through might all just be that much navel gazing. Let's go watch this hand on the black hole, see how it goes. I think we're going to check back and see a turn card. We certainly could have c-bet that, represented the jack. And I think we can credibly call this delayed c-bet. And we take it down. We probably would take it down with c-bet on the flop as well, but So I raised this got called by Lonely Fairy, who we know is fairly active and aggressive. I c-bet the all diamond flop, got called, went check check on the turn. And now she's leading out. So I guess we just have to get out of the way. Put in a raise on the falling star table with ace queen. We got 3-bet. We're going to come back over the top of that almost 100% of the time. Certainly now that it's folded back to us, we are going to put him all in. And let's try to take a booty here, folks. Let's try to take a booty. Oh. Any pair, and we'd have done it. Any pair, and we'd have done it. And this is a 3-bet shove, I think, given the open from Grieve. Probably never call off here with ace-8. God, and we just lost to 8s in the falling star too. So we basically went from being the 4th chip stack. Yeah, I guess I never call off here with ace-8. Went to being the 4th chip stack to essentially having 3 big blinds or 2 big blinds in that one. Well, that is poker, I suppose, eh? Well, that is poker, folks. So that's our situation in the falling star now. We went from being 4 of 17 to 17 of 17 in 2 hands. I don't think they were terribly bad decisions in either case. Check there. We're done with this. We'll see if we get a better chance on the small blind. I don't have enough chips to really just shove and take anything, so if I don't have any equity in the pot, there's really no reason for me to put the chips in. Yeah, no, the Comet Nano didn't run today, apparently. I got in late, so I didn't actually see what happened. I didn't actually see, but it wasn't there when I tried to register in it like 5 minutes after the hour, so must not have had enough people in it. Might have been my problem. If I'd registered, it might have come because I'm normally early regged in that one. I'm normally one of the ones that make sure that they're in, and I didn't do that today. So we are all in the black hole with pair 6s, but we get through. We're going to be all in here in raising a pair of fives under the gun in the dwarf star. Get one call. A fairly active player. We're obviously calling off here with our ace four. See what happens. Hopefully we can get something here. Have to fold out my fives. Got a call and then a reshove, so I'm getting out of the way with my fives. We got the diamond draw here. Hopefully, we don't get there. Alrighty. So we are done in the falling star in rather brutal fashion. Before I get rid of this screen, let's actually look at the two hands that sort of did it to me here. Right, so this is the first one. We're sitting with a very decent chip stack at this point. I think we're like 4th or 5th out of 17 players remaining. And we get ace queen in fairly middle position, which I think is always an open. So I go to the 3x, my normal 3x open, and we get 3-bet. Fairly small, and it's a weird sort of, I think it's a weird sort of bet from his stack size. You'd think he'd just shove over my bet. The fact that he doesn't makes me think one of two things. He's either trying to induce me with a massive hand like aces or kings, or for some absurd reason he's willing to raise fold from this stack size, or 3-bet fold from the stack size, which it doesn't seem like it's possible. But equally, for the equity in the pot and for what's left over in his stack, I think my only option here when it gets around to me is to just put them all in for the rest of his money. And when we're against aces, kings, queens, we're just hating life for ace king. But there's not a ton of hands that we're just hating life against, and there's a lot of hands that I think he plays this way with that we're doing okay against, that we're racing against, or maybe even ahead of. I mean, he might even do this with like an ace jack, ace 10 kind of thing, because I don't even really understand why he's doing this with any hand, frankly, and certainly not with the hand that he ends up doing it with when he calls off here. So we end up racing against nines, and although we get there, we don't get there, obviously. And so we send a bunch of chips over his way that time, and we're down to 47,000 chips. Next hand, we get dealt ace jack under the gun plus +1, and Dr. Grieve puts in the raise from under the gun. Now, Dr. Grieve we played against him a couple of times, and if you're remembering earlier in the tournament, he was fairly loose with his play in a couple of hands against us. So I figured this is a good spot for a 3-bet shove. Now, I'm really in fairly early position here, so I know I've got a lot of players to get through yet, and that's kind of a problem. But I actually don't think I'm in terrible shape here, usually, frankly. So I put in the 3-bet shove, and we get around, and it actually, once again, turns out to be a race against a pair of eights. And basically, I end up losing 2 races in a row to lose my chip stack in the Falling Star Bounty. So I don't really hate either of those plays. But yeah, I mean, I don't need to shove the ace jack there. You're right. It's and had it been any other player except Dr. Grieve making the open, I probably don't shove over top. It was specifically against that particular player because of what I'd seen earlier in the tournament from them. Alrighty, well, we still got 2 tournaments that we're playing in, and we did get 113 out of that, so, well, 113 plus 59, so it's not a terrible, it's not a complete loss for us. So let's move over to the Dwarf Star for now. Yeah, I do. I probably overvalue my ace. Probably overvalue my ace jack more than I need to. In that particular spot, it was specifically a decision made because of what I'd seen Dr. Grieve do in the past. But may not have been the best result. Well, was the best result, obviously, but yeah, I still think I have some confusion on what exactly my open sizes should be. Are we still in the notion that you should always be opening for pretty much exactly the same amount, regardless of your hand, and that if there's any variation in your opening size, it should be as a result of the position you're in and not as a result of the cards you're holding? That's sort of the way I've been going, and I arrived at the 3x because it does seem to get me more free pots from just raising than the min raise or the 2.5x or the 2.2x gets. But what do you recommend? What do you recommend as far as an open size is concerned? Let's say we're talking about sort of a middle position open like we were there. If not 3x, what do you think would be the best option there? Yeah, I was less than 20, more than 10, but less than 20. Just got gifted to a stream. I just got gifted a sub to a stream I never watch. And I got gifted to it, I think, because I just happened to be sitting there after my one of my windows was open in the background and got raided multiple times into somebody else's stream. And I was sitting there, and so somebody gift subbed me, which is pretty cool. Let's go back and check her out at some point. The streamer name is Marley Barbie, and I think she's playing. I probably got to her from a Hustler Honey sort of situation, because I was on Hustler Honey last night, and then she went and raided an American female player, and I'll bet it just kind of followed on from there, and that's probably how I got to Marley Barbie's stream. But that's kind of interesting. So we're going to go have a little look at what she's doing, like a first-person shooter. Call of Duty Black Ops 4. Interesting. She sounds very animated. I'm going to turn the voice on for just seconds, hear what she's saying.
Did you land for your gun again?
No, I just landed. I tried.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out at some point. Fun. We were just talking about my Ace Jack. I was actually thinking of reshoving with Ace Jack here, which maybe I should have done, actually, but probably wouldn't have turned out well for us on this hand, and we've seen how reshoving Ace Jack has not turned out well for us in the past as well. So I think we still got like 20 big blinds here when we call behind, so we're not like 18, so we're not in terrible shape. Yeah, that all makes sense. That all makes sense, guys. Pair of sixes here. I think that's a 3-bet shove. I was on the full button for some reason, but I think this is a 3-bet shove. Can I 3-bet pot? Can I 3-bet 3/4 pot instead? Yeah, let's actually do that instead. Actually gives us an option. I don't think we're 3-bet folding here, but nice. We spiked the set. I like that. Get a nice double in the door star, Nano. Made it more sweaty that way. I wonder if he calls off my shove. if I just 3-bet shove there instead of 3-betting smaller. Never fold your 5-4 offsuit from the button, ladies and gentlemen. But in my defense, there was an open raise that was fairly chunky that I wasn't really interested in getting involved with. Put in the raise, we'll go a little smaller than 3x. And I think we'll c-bet here with our deuces and probably shut down if we get called or raised, but when we take it, we're pretty happy. We're going to do pretty much the same thing with our aces as we did with our deuces. The Lonely Fairies big blind as well. They like to play back against us. So I think we're going to Hollywood a little bit on this one, but we're not slow playing this in any way, shape, or form. We are going to put in the re-raise. And we're calling them off. Oh, just aces v kings. Just aces v kings. Sick. Sick, 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 sick hand. Fortunately, our aces hold. It's always nice when that happens, but oh, never mind. Congratulations, MVE. I should probably play that Calypso Omaha more often. I have not played it very much. And I probably should. Get rid of that in the black hole. We do have a hand developing in the dwarf star, which I will actually go and show you this time. I don't know why I just went to 3x there instead of what I was doing before. Yeah, it's a sick game. I find the equities are so similar in Omaha that it's really hard to know where you are. We are all in with sevens in the black hole. That might have been a spot where I could have reshoved again with my king jack of diamonds, but I don't actually think it was necessarily the best place for me to do that with, or the best hand in that spot. Of course, given the flop that we got, it probably changes the equation a little bit, but oh, that always happens to just show me where I'm making the complete wrong move. We could be tripling up like 36,000 chips right now, folks. And we are not, because we were way too nitty. The problem with that is I don't even really have much hope that you guys in chat are going to tell me that it was a good fold, because I think you guys in chat are going to go, what the hell are you doing getting rid of that hand in that spot with that many chips? Alrighty, so this time when I've got aces in the dwarf star, I'm actually going to show the hand. And it wasn't nearly as interesting as the last one. The last one was aces of e-kings. I think we're probably calling this action off. Nice. Nice. It's our first booty in the dwarf star. 8 cents. Let's add that to our bankroll tracker. What's the new alias, MVE? Let us know. Assuming you don't want it to be super secret. Nice one to Frylock. Good job. Welcome back. Welcome back. Nice to see you got some cash in your pocket when you come back as well. That's always good to see. We sort of lost our stack into somewhat unfortunate hands in the falling star. Ended up finishing 17th there for 172 total profit, total win on that. So 72 cents total profit there. And we're still playing the black hole, although our chip stack is very low at the moment. Yeah, I know, that's the problem. I absolutely, a flat call or a reshove or something there. I should have been involved in that pot, and I knew I should have when I'm sitting there on the button with that hand. Yeah, it was totally a missed opportunity. Totally a missed opportunity. Make the call here with my pair of eights. I could certainly put in the raise, but we're against a player that can knock us out. I don't think he needs to have hit the 10 here. We're going to put the... No, I folded the king-jack pre-flop. It had bet to me, and I was going to reshove, and then I decided to just fold pre-flop on that hand. I'm sure it's the one that I was... I mean... Wow. Yeah. Getting crushed by the 10 jacks today. Oh, it wasn't on that one. It was on this table. So, Piano Cat, I think... I think this is the hand you were talking about that is up on the screen now. And I had folded this pre-flop with the limp, and I really shouldn't be folding pre-flop. I should be calling for sure here or reshoving. But no, I did not fold. I did not fold on the flop. I had already folded pre-flop before I saw the 3 diamonds come on the flop. I would not fold that hand on the flop. But I was already out of it pre-flop. As you can see here, there are no cards on the board, and I fold my cards. We are 9 to go to the money in the Dwarf Star Bounty now. We are 20 to go to the money in the Black Hole, but I have work to do. Nice job, Addy. Well done. Well done. Go, 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 Addy. You take that one down. You take that one down, buddy. Got a table change in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano for the record. So I have to learn a whole new table dynamic. It's tough to tell on Unibet sometimes, I find. But yeah, I'm probably not folding the nut flush on that flop, I would think. I would hope I'm not folding the nut flush on that flop. I mean, I shouldn't have been folding pre-flop either, frankly, to be perfectly honest with you, and I agree. But yeah, yeah, that was definitely a missed opportunity there. It was definitely a missed opportunity there. Pair of aces now. So I think we're going to put in a raise against Cosman here. We're pretty happy to continue. Different spot with a different king jack. I'm definitely getting out of the way there. We're putting all our money in the black hole with a pair of tens from middle position, aka the hijack, in a 6-handed table. Bankage, we double up in the black hole once again, so we have actually got a cashing stack now. Haggis Bluff, good to see you, buddy. No worries, Piano Cat. No worries at all. I wanted to make sure I wasn't completely remembering things incorrectly, because that would have been awful fold. I mean, it was still an awful fold, but it would have been even more awful if it was on the flop. I mean, that's the sort of fold that would get you a penalty at a live casino if they ever knew that you did it. I wonder how often that might actually happen, though, because you only know if the guy just, like, if it's a bet and a call on the river from the nuts, you know that he's slow playing the nuts or not playing the nuts properly. But you know, there's any point during the hand when I can literally fold the nuts to a bet from the guy I'm colluding with across the table, and the tournament staff would never know in a live tournament. In an online tournament, the record is there, so they would know. But in a live tournament, nobody would ever know because they never look at those cards. You never see what I folded. So, wow, we're just getting the aces in the Dwarf Star table. So, and we're just raising Cosman with the aces in the Dwarf Star table. Seems to be the way things go. We're getting a shove from Lick, which we're calling off 100%. We're calling off all the action 100%, obviously. Because we have aces. So, you know, you're going to call off the action, right? Wow, 6-5? Really? Really? Oh my God, really? Fucking really? I mean, I understand these things happen in poker, but really with the 5-6 there? Fucking idiot. There to my left. Jesus. I mean, just overshoving with 5-6 there is just awful, I think. I mean, I'm sorry, I can't even say anything good about the play. It's not the kind of hand I think he should be overshoving there with in a spot like that. I guess I can't whine too much about that because we have had a couple of cases in the Falling Star where we got in bad and sucked out, so I guess I can't be too upset at that, but that's pretty fucking gross when people play that badly against you and you still can't beat them. Getamona, good to see you, buddy. Thank you very much. Thank you for the good luck. We are doing our best. We just had our aces cracked by 6-5 offsuit, who shoved over top of our 3-bet. Yeah, let's go through that hand again because that was just a really weird fucking hand. We'll actually go through the hand that happened right afterwards because that was a weird fucking hand as well. I should put this on the screen before I start talking about it, shouldn't I? Right, so we got 32,000 chips, and we get dealt aces in the small blind. Raise from Cosman. 3-bet from me. Pretty chunky 3-bet as well. We get the overshove from the big blind. It's 3x. I mean, it's not a ridiculously sized shove by any stretch of the imagination. And I suppose if you're expecting us to fold all the time, it makes sense. But when I'm 3-betting here, you got to think I'm on a pretty big hand. So when we end up against 5-6, we're pretty fucking happy with the situation, right? We're still pretty fucking happy with the situation, aren't we? On the flop, we're celebrating already, right? We're still kind of celebrating because we're doing okay. Fucking just run a runner 8-9 on the turn and river to double it up. So we go to the next hand where I'm on the big blind or I'm on the button. I'm sorry, and I get ace king. So of course we put in a raise again, right? We get called by our weird-ass friend who shoved in a really weird spot in the previous hand. We flop top pair. She donk bets out. What the hell? So we put in a raise with our top pair, top kicker. She flat calls. The hell? 10 comes. She donk bets for a min bet again. What the hell? So we put in a reshove, and she folds. So I'm honestly don't have a clue what's going through her head at this point. Yeah, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it's just you can't really explain that sort of thing. I mean, I guess I don't hate the idea that I'm in the big blind and maybe I can steal it, but the sort of steal chance there is when you see a raise and then some calls behind. That's where you squeeze for a steal. You don't try to squeeze a bet and a 3-bet. That's not really the squeeze spot that you should be looking for. Alrighty, we have a break coming up, so let's get that queued up for you, and I'm going to head off to my break. Enjoy. We'll be right back.
Friends, seeing is believing, and you can actually see for yourself why Lucky's taste better. Yes, you can see with your own eyes that Lucky's are made better to taste better. Watch closely now, and listen carefully.
Yes, tear and compare. From a newly opened pack, take a cigarette made by any other manufacturer and carefully remove the paper by tearing down the seam from end to end. You'll find some cigarettes are so loosely packed they fall apart. Others have air spaces, hot spots that smoke harsh and dry. Now do the same thing with a Lucky Strike. Then compare. In the Lucky, you'll find a perfect cylinder of fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw, it smokes smoothly, evenly, always tastes fresh and clean and mild.
So be happy. Go, Lucky. Try a carton of Lucky's. You'll find Lucky's taste better.
Be happy, go Lucky Strike today.
Now, at last, the perfect marriage. Yes, now you can enjoy the perfect marriage between a great new filter and a great modern blend. The greatest taste news yet in a filter cigarette. New Old Gold Filter Kings. A new idea in filters. So breezy easy on the draw, you have to look at the tip to know a filter's there. Plus, a blend like no other in the world. Together, they give you a rich, smooth-tasting cigarette that's out of this world. It's sort of a thing that everyone dreams of. A really perfect marriage. It's yours now in new Old Gold Filter Kings. Remember, never before such a really new filter, one that actually steps up flavor, and with it, a great blend of nature-ripened tobaccos. Both are yours. This perfect marriage in the very newest filter cigarette you can buy. New Old Gold Filter Kings. Try them. See if you don't get the best taste you've ever had from any filtered cigarette.
Careful driving is a sign of an intelligent grown-up. Handling a car recklessly is kid stuff, so be a responsible driver. The life you save may be your own.
Looking from left to right, Harriet and Gwendolyn. Don't you think Harriet has an outstanding complexion? Well, Ivory is her beauty soap. Now, don't be hurt, Gwendolyn. You can have that Ivory look yourself. Why, pure, mild Ivory offers every girl a lovelier complexion. Just a simple change to regular care and gentle Ivory. That'll turn the trick. Yes, it pays to use the complexion soap more doctors advise than any other. Why, in only 7 days, Ivory Care will bring a girl a prettier, younger-looking skin. In 7 days, your complexion can have a clearer, fresher, finer textured look. That Ivory look. You'll like it. Won't you make Ivory your beauty soap?
But, boss, what do I need with Lily? I've been washing my own clothes with the new Fab. Makes a big difference. And is it ever easy?
Don't sell me. Tell me.
Well, you know, they say new Fab washes clothes cleaner, whiter, brighter, and more lastingly odor-free than any other wash day product in the world.
You're right, Harry. Even manufacturers who make clothes say that.
Exactly. For example, Mr. Morris L. Judson of Mo-Judd Hosiery says...
Never have we come across a better cleaning product than new Fab.
And from Stevens Utica Mohawk Sheets, Mr. Arthur D. Pinkham, Jr. says...
We're washing sheets white. Nothing we've tested beats Fab.
Praise comes, too, from famous Judy Kent Blouses, where Vice President Martin Stern says...
Fab protected clothes against odor better than any other product.
So who needs marriage? I can wash my own clothes cleaner, whiter, brighter with new Fab with Duratex.
It was bound to come along, and I say thank goodness.
Now, at last, a liquid detergent for family wash. New Blue Liquid Whisk that you can prove gets all the family wash really clean.
You can prove it next wash day. Because Whisk not only does the easy jobs you expect a detergent to do, Whisk also does the tough jobs that laundry powders can't touch.
Next wash day, prove it yourself on a tough problem like this ground-in grime. After wetting with water, apply a little whisk directly on it. The rest goes into the washer. Rub in the whisk gently and pop it in with the rest of the wash. Now look, really clean. Because Liquid Whisk does this tough job so well, you can trust Whisk to get all your wash really clean. And a really clean wash is a whiter, brighter, sweeter smelling wash. Prove it on your toughest problem. Don't just wash it and wash it and wash it.
And still not get it clean.
Now you can whisk it once and get it spotless. So get New Blue Liquid Whisk today.
We are back. Got something happening here on the black hole table. And I guess I probably get out of the way. We're in the money on the Dwarf Star Bounty now. I guess I can't call this off against Skelpin. He's a pretty wide player, but get out of the way with Jack Queen. So it's here on the Dwarf Star. We are already in the money here. Guaranteed 32 cents. We are 8 from the money in the black hole, and we are currently on the min caching stack. I was actually thinking there's one coming up for Liquid Whisk that might be a companion to your Wizard Wick would be Liquid Whisk. I love this Fab ad as well. Who needs to get married? Because I can wash my own clothes now with Fab. That Liquidos is definitely involved in a shitload of pots in this game. 24 of 30 now in the black hole nano. So 4 to go until the money, and we are in a cashing spot still. Got about 10 big blinds there, so it's not, oh wait, no, we don't have, although I think we're close enough to the edge that it's, so I think, given all of the action here, we are we're reshoving our ace-king here. Nice, MVE. Good job, man. Hello, Mav. Good to see you. Welcome once again. Welcome back to the stream. Always good to have you come hang out with us. We are late in our day. Still got action going, though. We got the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano going here, where we're in the money. Got one booty and guaranteed 32 cents to add to that, at least. We are still got chips and a prayer in the Black Hole Nano. We are 3 from the money. We are 1 out of a money spot right now, but the chip stacks at this level are really close, so as the blinds go around, that's going to change, and it's really going to come down to who loses their head first, I think, in this spot. I mean, you can see here that Red Winters is going to be one of those ones that's down. Alrighty, once again, we've got an ace-king here. I don't think I'm going to shove this time. I think we're just going to, but we're going to call off action, I think, pretty much all the time here. We'll see bet half pot. And shove turn. So we're 10 of 18 now in the Dwarf Star Bounty, 26 of 29 in the Black Hole Nano. So we're just sort of very much in the bubble zone here on the Dwarf Star. Or sorry, in the Black Hole. There do appear to be a lot of changes on the site today. I mean, the Dark Matter was a completely different tournament today than it normally is. It's normally 1,000 euro guarantee 6-handed freeze out, and today it was a 750 guarantee 9-handed freeze out. So it wasn't completely different, but there were some significant differences in today's Dark Matter versus yesterday's Dark Matter. So completely unannounced changes for the record. As far as I know, I didn't see any. Didn't see anything. Of course, I don't really follow their announcements very closely, so it might have been announced and I didn't know. But yeah, it was Dark Matter was a totally different tournament today than it was yesterday. So things are changing. Yeah. We flop up and down. That's pretty nice. We turn the straight. Slow rolling. Slow rolling is a good strategy. I like slow rolling from time to time. It's, some people consider it bad etiquette. And I mean, I think there are some situations where it is bad etiquette, but I also think there's some situations where it's fun. We are, I believe, on the bubble now of the black hole. Might be the soft bubble. Oh, we're in the money now in the black hole. Sweet. So we're in the money both the black hole nano and the dwarf star bounty nano. We cashed the falling star earlier. So once again, we busted our big tournament, but we're doing pretty well in the little tournaments that we play. So I was going to say so no complaints, but we still have a complaint about not doing well in the big tournaments we play. But you know, we're at least still proving that we can play poker at some level or another. So I think I might turn that tweet that I put out today as the opening for the show. I think I might actually record myself saying that as part of the opening to the show here, because I actually think that was kind of inspired, to be perfectly honest with you. Flop top pair here, pretty happy with that situation. We now have the diamond draw as well for the nuts. So yeah, these are the voyages of Mothership Poker. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new betting lines, to seek out new games and new action, to boldly flop like no one has flopped before. I feel like I need some seriously copyrighted music to start up after that. So I raised on the button with pair jacks here. And I think we just get out of the way once Mesa donks into us here. He has the ace pretty much 1,000% of the time when he does this, I think. Certainly some interesting play from Lick. A doze there, like a doze, lick a doze. Ace King. We're obviously getting this in to any action. You know you want to press to. I knew you wanted to. Linkage. Nice bounty from him as well. 14 cents. Nice. Nice, 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 nice one. I'm just going to shove, considering the player we're shoving into. $0.14. Love it. Let's add that in. Plus 0.14. And the raise with our ace queen here. I think we want to c-bet here a lot as well. Our ace queen's still good a lot. Wow, just against ace king too. Oh, and we just get there on the end. That's gross for Jacka, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? So that's another 6 cents in bounties. Another 6 cents in booty. Good. Glad you guys got that one saved. I always hate to see them. I always hate to see stuff not run here because it always makes me worry whether. I really like this place and I want it to stay active and stay strong for Unibet Poker because it is not just because I'm winning. I mean, I'm sure I wouldn't be enjoying it nearly as much if I wasn't winning the games that I win, but it's just a really fun place to play poker regardless. I mean, I was enjoying it when I was grinding like a tiny bankroll and really kind of frustrated with all the stuff, and I was still enjoying the poker because I'm still here, so obviously I was. So I really hope the place succeeds. I would really love to have this be a place to play poker for a long time to come. Alrighty, it is action time in the Black Hole Nano. We are 18 of 19, guaranteed 142, and getting our chips in the middle with a pair of tens. Taking blinds and addies. We're pretty happy with that spot. You obviously want to double up in spots like that, but pair of tens, you're never thrilled when you see the call. Always a little curious what they're calling you with, and there's a lot of stuff that they could be calling you with that you're not real happy to see. So. Considering taking a stab at that pot. I think I will stab at it now with my straight draw. We managed to take it down. Ooh, what a hand between Mesa and Lekados. Crazy mothers. I definitely want to see a flop with my ace-10 suited. I'm glad I saw a flop with my ace-10 suited. We could have fired out a bet there, given it was checked around, but I wouldn't mind somebody firing into the pot like that. So we'll just call behind. Maybe somebody like Likados might want to get involved. And that's another booty for us. That's a 9-cent booty for us. That's another 9 cents in our bank account, ladies and gentlemen. And a cat. And any other creatures who may be out there watching us tonight. So we're 7 of 11 now. We've got we're into profit territory now for sure, and we've also got money still waiting to come to us in the black hole here. Nice one, Pinky. Is that the full-size black hole or the black hole nano? I'm in the black hole nano today, and I am 16 of 18 currently. So 18 sounds like you're in the same one as I am. Sounds like you're in the same one as I am. TH66 Obi. And same to you, DeFrylot. Good luck with everything. I hope it all goes well for you. I think I'm maybe a little bit loose in the black hole here, but I just put in the shove with Queen Jack suited. And like 12 big blinds. Cool, Pinky. Well, you take this one down, or at the very least come second to me, if anything else. So we're 7 of 11 in the Titan, sorry, in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. We didn't play the Titan Nano today, despite winning it yesterday. We should have played it today, just given that we won it yesterday. I'm surprised we didn't play it today. We're too late now, but... I think I'm going to wind the stream down after these 2 tournaments are done. We've been in for over 4 hours today, so it's a decent length stream. And I don't really feel like registering anything more at the moment. I might play some more qualifiers later on. So I had an interesting revelation last night as I was thinking about the tournaments here. I love that this Unibet is all astronomy themed. I'm an astronomy geek, so I'm a science astronomy geek, so I love that we're all astronomy themed here. And I love that all the tournaments are named after astronomy things. Then it occurred to me, the one obvious one why don't they call satellites satellites? So gross. We're just done in the black hole in 142 in 18th place to somebody who just turned the nuts on us on our 2-pair hand. Gross, 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 gross. Cats are people too. Of course cats are people too. Aliens. Aliens are people too as well. I'm good with that. So 142 in the black hole nano. It is up to you to win this one now, Pinky. I, however, am still after my second trophy in the Dwarf Star Nano. The Church of Ace King sometimes does not come through for us, everyone. We have to be aware of that. You have to be aware of that. Praying to the Church of Ace King will work sometimes for you, but it will not always get you through. Alrighty, so down to our last tournament now. We're 7 of 10 in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. We got a certified crazy ass on our left, a Lickados, who's already cracked our aces once with a 6-5, and then played a couple of really weird pots after that. Enjoy, and enjoy your nap there, buddy. Got a value bet our king on the river. So this is our last chance to make more money today. We are already well into the profit. We've more than doubled our actual buy-ins today. Of course, that's not counting the €10 ticket we busted in the dark matter, but it was a ticket. And frankly, if we add up all the money we spent on qualifiers to win that ticket, we're still making a profit today. So if you look at it from that perspective, we're still making a profit. And we've still got money to add to the bankroll from this dwarf star, either with more bounties and or with whatever we cash out for, which is going to be at least 39 cents, but could be as much as 5.18 if we get to the top. And it'd be nice to get to the top on this one because we've won it once before. Seems to be we did 4 tournaments that we won before we doubled one up, but then we got a double win in the Dark Matter for our first double win. Then we got a double win in the Titan yesterday for our second double win. And if we won the Dwarf Star Bounty, no, that would be our third double win. Yeah, and I mean, that's the weirdest thing. It's like everything else is astronomy, science, space themed. And then they take a perfectly good name that's space themed that's used everywhere else in the poker world, satellite, and they change it to qualifier. It is pretty funny. It is pretty funny for sure. So we are on the final table bubble now for the Dwarf Star Bounty. I think it is, oh no, sorry, it is a 6-handed table. Never mind. It is a 6-handed game. I thought it was 9-handed. But it is only 6-handed. So we are not on the final table bubble yet. Oh, geez, I can't even remember what alias he had. He was the guy sitting to my right. It wasn't Lycados. That was, she was to my left. Can't remember the name. Can't remember the name now. That's okay, buddy. I mean, the turn definitely brought in some of the draws that he could have been on, so we were definitely on shaky ground there, but... Put in a raise with our ace-10. Oh, geez, Lycados is on this table, not the other table. I actually don't even remember who it was to my den on the... I'm completely lost on the other table. I've completely forgotten who I was playing against on the other table. Completely forgotten. Without a heart in my hand, I mean, the overcards could hit, but I just... Nice, MVE. Good job, buddy. Very well done. So I wonder if we'd have stuck around if our 10 would have actually gotten there for us. Nope. Take it all down. Take all the monies, MVE. Win it. Win that puppy. So we flop bottom pair. Yeah, it's possible it could be confusing, but it still seems like, I mean, that's the term that everybody else uses, so. So I feel at this point like the only thing I'm beating is a bluff. Or someone, he thinks ace high has value here, but why do you bet ace high? You just want to check to showdown, I think. So I think we just got to get out of the way. Yeah, I guess it might be for the newer players. And qualifier does make it a little bit more obvious for sure. We'll check that. And again, I just don't think we have enough value here to be calling ever. The only thing we beat there is somebody who hit a random 4 on the end. We're going to put the raise in here for sure. And we're going to call off for sure against Lycidos 1,000% of the time. Binkage! Thank you for that shove. You did exactly what I hoped you would do with exactly the sort of hand that I hoped you would do it with. Thank you for restoring my faith in poker, ladies and gentlemen. Lycidos, my friend. Thank you for restoring my faith in poker. Wow, and then they just suck out with exactly the same move. So fucking sick. So crazy. Wow. They just lost their brains for a few minutes. We're down to 9-handed now. 8-handed probably. I think with that, yeah, 8-handed. And we're calling off against Mesa, obviously, here. If he was to have reshoved us. So we're 5 of 8 now, guaranteed 59 cents. Plus our bounties that we've already collected. pretty cool to win this one for the second time. Now, there's a good idea, Piano Cat. There's an excellent idea. Take the name the satellites after moons in the solar system, like Titan or our moon, or Calypso, or Ganymede, or Io, or all sorts of, yeah, you got all sorts of options. That's a very good idea. That's a very good idea. Wow, never fooled you, King 4. That is so awesome, MVE. The ISS, the International Space Station, would have to be the smallest of the satellite events, Piano Cat, because it is the lowest orbit of any of the satellites we've talked about. Do I call off a 14 big blind shove with Jack 10 suited in a bounty event on the bubble for the final table? Nope, not this time. And cats, always and cats. Always in cats. Even when I don't say it, I mean it. And cats and aliens and all sentients. My fellow sentients. I need to train myself to say my fellow sentients instead of ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen comes from my comedy days on the comedy stage. It's very easy way to address a very large portion of your audience. And I find even if you're talking about trans people, they're usually identifying as either a lady or a gentleman. So either way, it still works. It's not 100% the case, but you cover like 98% of the population that way, and that's pretty much close enough. However, we do like to be completely inclusive here at the Mothership. So I think my fellow humans or my fellow sentients would be the way to do that. Nice one, MVE. Just keep pushing at it. I mean, one of the things with poker that you got to be able to weather is you're going to have downswings. You're going to have periods where it just feels like everything's going wrong for you and you're losing all the time. Poker is a game of variance, and the variance will come along and kick you in the ass eventually. But poker is also a game of variance, which means poker will come along and kiss you gently on the forehead as well. And you'll have runs where you just can't seem to do anything wrong, and you're winning all your hands, and you're winning all your flips, and you're sucking out when you have to, and you're getting the folds when you want them to, and it's all just going your way. That's still variance. It's just variance in the other direction. We got to remember that. It's human nature to sort of just expect when it's going well for you, it's human nature to think, well, that's just the way it's supposed to go, and that's just normal. And then when it goes bad for you, it's human nature to think, oh my God, everything's just falling in on us. The world's crumbling. The sky's falling. But the truth is, both are forms of variance. The poker is very much an all or nothing sort of thing in many cases. So you sort of got to be able to understand that you're going to go through periods where you lose a lot, and you have to deal with that by remembering that you're going to bank a big tournament, and that's going to make up for the 7 bullets you fired that you didn't cash in. And that's the way poker works. So, but well done, Picky. Well done in the gargle. Still playing in the black hole, I hope. Looks like we're going to be on the final table here very shortly. Meskiness is all in with almost nothing. So with any luck, unless they've got a 6 or an ace, we're probably going to the final table of the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. And Mesa takes it with the 6. So we are on the final table of the Titan Nano. Super nitty, but I'm just going to get rid of my deuces here. Take it down, Pinky. Take it down. I should play it more often as well. I actually do think I probably have a PLO edge against most of the players that play, especially at the nano level here. But I just find, I mean, Hold'em is swingy enough. The Omaha is just, even if you've got an edge, even if you're the better player, Omaha is still a super swingy game because there's just so many possibilities, so many things can happen. There's so many cards out. It just, you know, if the nuts can be made on the board, you can almost be certain somebody has the cards to make those nuts. And that's the thing with low-level PLO. People have no idea what hands to play. There's so many cards in play that there's just so much bingo that ends up happening. That, you know, there's not much you can do. Awesome, Pinky. Take it down. Take it down. Well, queen ball in turn would be nice here. We don't get the queen ball in turn. Do I want to call for just the queen ball? There's a good chance that either my king or my 10 would be good here as well. But I think we can save our chips. For a better spot. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. We're currently 5 of 6 here, and I was going to say we have the smallest bounty, but we have the 4th smallest bounty, 4 of 6 in bounties. Going to let these two fight it out. Oh, 100% Ant-Man, 100%. People who think that because they've flopped top pair, they've got a good hand in Omaha. It's 100% of where the value comes from in those low end games for sure. But it's a very swingy situation as well. I should actually play it more. I think I've only played it once, to be perfectly honest with you. Maybe twice, but very few times. My entire roll, I've got none of my roll is from cash games. My entire roll is from tournaments. Tiny amount from Hexapros, but I don't play Hexapros for cash. I only play them if I get tickets for them. And a tiny amount of my rolls come from sit and goes that I have bought into, usually to play around with people on the stream here. But otherwise, my entire roll has come from starting off with free rolls back when in the bounty free roll, early bounty free roll days, getting 2 penny bounties, rolling those into nano tournaments, and running it up from there. I think my first big score actually came from a ticket in one of the UOS events, but back in December. But yeah, it's all come from. My entire roll is tournament poker. That's all I play. So. Alrighty, we got another break coming up, so I'm going to send you guys off to the next break with another set of commercials that some of you have seen before, but hey, that's okay. None of these commercials are new anyways, frankly. They're all like 60 years old anyways, so there's no such thing as a new commercial with me. I'll be back in a few minutes.
New as a brand new bride. Pink as a bridal blush. The new Wonder Bar, new Camay. Loving pink Camay.
The soap that says I love you to your skin. sealed in shimmering pink pearl foil, Camay is packed with more loveliness than you ever dreamed a soap could have. It's pink, loving pink, so exquisite, so gentle. And wait till you discover that new Camay fragrance. There's never been anything so lingeringly lovely in a beauty soap. And mild Camay brings you the gentlest possible skin cleansers found in any soap, even fine cold cream. It loves you, loves your skin. No other beauty soap ever loved your skin like new loving pink Camay.
The soap that says I love you to your skin.
You know, I think one of the most delightful surprises you'll discover about you loving pink Camay is the exciting new fragrance you just heard about. As enchanting as fine imported perfume. You could almost say it even smells pink. And Camay is so gentle and mild. Truly the most lavish beauty soap ever. Try loving pink Camay. I think you will love it too.
What should you take to relieve an upset stomach? You have got.
Take pleasant tasting, bubbly, bubbly Bromo, that's what. Bromo seltzer works best for upset stomach. Relieves stomach acidity fast. Soothes nerves. Have a Bromo.
And bubble your trouble away.
Good day.
Now, isn't that just like a boy? Every morning it's the same story. You can't wake him up. He's still half asleep when... Uh-oh, he knows better than that. Shoes on your clean white sheet, and... You have to wash it. So you wash it in Cheer. Only Blue Cheer has the Blue Magic Whitener. Not just a bluing, a new and better whitener that really whitens clothes. Bluing, not with Cheer. Bleach, only for problem stains. Cheer's Blue Magic Whitener is different. So your boy has a snack. Watch out for your clean dish towel. And when you have to wash it, you wash it in Cheer.
Right. In your automatic, in any washer, Cheer gets clothes so clean, so white, you don't need bluing or bleach. No other suds has that Blue Magic Whitener. Only new Blue Cheer.
When you suffer pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, take Anacin for incredibly fast, long-lasting relief. In fact, your own physician or dentist has probably already suggested Anacin to you. Well, a glance in your medicine cabinet will show you why. Notice most prescriptions given you by your family doctor contain a combination of carefully selected ingredients designed to do a specific job. And it's the same with Anacin, because Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proved active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. It's this combination of ingredients working together that accounts for the incredibly fast, long-lasting relief Anacin brings you. That's why I say, folks, when you suffer pain, the pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, take Anacin. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets, economical bottles of 50 and 100 tablets. Today, get Anacin for fast relief.
It's incredible. Yet Procter & Gamble's new cleanser, Comet, fortified with chloranol, bleaches out stains, wipes out germs, as no other cleanser can. We'll demonstrate. On this sink, we have put a stubborn tea stain. One side will clean with a leading cleanser, the other with green Comet cleanser. You can do this test yourself. Compare Comet with any cleanser you've been using. Look, cleanser X, stain still there. Comet cleanser, stain bleached out completely. Proof that Comet, with its exclusive chlorine ingredient chloranol, gets sinks and tubs cleaner and whiter than any other leading cleanser. Comet disinfects too, leaves porcelain up to 99% free of household germs. Get new Comet cleanser.
We are back with our final tournament of the day, the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano, where we're on the final table. So if in normal poker parlance we have the bubble and then we have the soft bubble and the hard bubble, if we're changing that bubble into a buble and we've got a hard buble and a soft buble, does that mean we have an excited buble and an unexcited buble? Just random thoughts that come into my brain from time to time. A little early for this one, but my name for the King Jack offsuit is the Lonely Charles, because King Jack off is exactly what Charles is going to be doing when Camilla's busy. Got ace 4 on the big blind here in the dwarf star. See a flop with this one, I think. King, King 4. I'm actually pretty happy with that flop. I don't think we need to be against any queens here for any reason, and I think our kings and 4s with an ace kicker is the best hand here almost all the time. Get out of the way with her 5-8. Well, I was going to open my ace-8, but I guess I'm not going to open my ace-8 anymore. I was going to at least consider opening my ace-8. Going to get rid of my Lonely Charles here. Guess the Lonely Charles was pretty good today. The Lonely Charles would have been pretty darn good today. I'll remember that, Piano Cat. I'll try to remember to keep those random thoughts in my head. I've got like 40 big blinds, so this is a pretty chunky shove, but I think considering where we're at stack-wise, I mean, I do have one ladder spot potentially here with Mesa, but otherwise I'm quite far behind the other players, so I do need to get some chips back. Gonna turn this sevens into a set mining opportunity, or a chance to get value from low where we've got an overpair to the board. I think we're gonna lead out into this limped pot. Get out of the way of the overshove once again. Ace jack off, yeah. It is a little gross, but oh, we would have flushed out on this one. We would have flushed out on this one. Not that we can really be getting involved in master pots with Queen 8 offsuit or Queen 8 suited, but it's always nice to get to a final table in a tournament like the Black Hole and find two people sleeping. That's that's never a terrible thing. Wow, we're just folding hands here that are hitting like crazy. And we boat up on the river. Or we would do, or if we were actually in this fucking hand. Excuse my French. Excusez-moi français. 3-4 is not exactly a hand I want to go too crazy with. Even if it is suited. Suited only goes so far. And that distance is not very far at all, frankly. So we're sitting fourth of 6 now. Everyone at the final table is guaranteed at least 104. But we've got our eye on that 518 up top and our second Dwarf Star Bounty Nano trophy. Would actually be cool if there were trophies for these things, but of course it's just virtual trophies in my head for winning. Be cool if they had like a little trophy case portion of your profile where you could go and look, and every win you had would be in specific tournaments would be lined up on a shelf with the label of that tournament on it. And if you win multiple times, you get like, like the little 4 hash marks and a slash, or you'll get, four little trophies and then a bigger trophy for the 5 or whatever, something like that to indicate multiple numbers. But I think that'd be kind of cool. We just keep folding hands that would hit pairs. I feel like that's a leak in our game. I'm not really sure how to correct that, because I'm not entirely sure these hands that I'm folding I should actually be calling from a purely poker perspective. But it's frustrating when you're sitting there looking at a pot that you could be winning if you didn't play quite so properly, quote unquote. Yeah, Queen Jack off would be okay. That's cool. That's cool. I'm up for equal opportunities. Philip and Elizabeth here. Shortly to be Charles and Camilla. Bobby's definitely called behind a couple of times that I've seen with some pretty weak holdings where he's expecting people to be bluffing, because he's clearly calling with something that is a bluff catcher, and in many cases not even a very good bluff catcher, like that last one where he's got 7 deuce and he calls off there. I mean, if we take a look at this one, so yeah, on this board he's basically calling a bet with 7 deuce. You're not even beating most of the bluffs that have gotten this far in the hand with your deuce here. So I don't know, very strange, but he's done that a few times now, so keep an eye on that. And he has just gotten himself a double, which puts us 3 of 5 now. I'm going to guess you guys are talking about hand Piano Cat was playing in a satellite and not one that I was playing that I don't need to shove, because I don't actually remember shoving in a questionable spot recently. Although if I did, please let me know. But I get the feeling from the chat context that you're actually not talking about one of my hands. You're talking about one of Piano Cat's hands. I think. Well, I guess we're 4 or 5 right now, not 3 or 5. Sorry. Of course, we're not 3 or 5 because the other guy that was beneath us is out of the tournament now. Alrighty, so that puts us in last place in chips now. Wow, 5-6s are just getting there in this game. 5-6s are just getting there. Dominated 5-6s getting there. Left, right, and center in this game. It's not quite as ugly to get 6s cracked as it is to get aces cracked by 5-6, but it's pretty much the same thing at the end of the day. The 143 guaranteed now for our cash. We're still, even though we're last in chips, we're still eyeing that top prize though, because anything can happen at this point. We got 30 big blinds, which means we still got plenty of chips to make things happen. We still got plenty of chips, and we get a double up. We're right back in this thing, and we're in good shape. Oh, that's too bad, Piano Cat. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Gonna turn these 3s into a set mining opportunity. See if we can't strike pay dirt here on the flop. I guess we're not going to get the opportunity to set mine with our 3s. And I don't think that's a hand that we really want to put our tournament life on the line with in that spot, which is our option there, really. So King 9's a pretty strong hand. I think I want to see a flop with it at least. Ugh. Not the flop I want to see. The suited cards look pretty, but I think I have to ignore them. I guess I should have thought about playing this one. B-Res just being a little bit insane here. Because I don't know what fives you have there, because I have one of them, so there's only one left that you could possibly have there. But with the way Beer is throwing chips around, I have a feeling that we could see other players bust to them here if we just kind of bide our time. And or we could pull out a massive double when we hit a hand. Congratulations on the ticket, Pinky. And Ant-Man, I'm guessing you got your ticket as well. Shame that Piano didn't, but... C-betting this flop all the time. Not thrilled with the third heart there, obviously. But I think I need to keep putting the pressure on, and I just need to be in for my chips at this point with my jacks and sevens. Just the hearts. Just the hearts. Alrighty, so we're done in 5th place in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. We did not manage to get a second win in that one today. Kind of sucks, but I suppose it's to be expected most of the time. You're not actually going to be able to win these things most of the time, but I don't feel like we played badly. I think we played reasonably well. It just did not go our way at the end, and that's the way it's going to go. So let's add that to our bankroll. 1.47, no, 1.43 for 180 in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano, 142 in the Black Hole Nano, and 172 returned from the Falling Star Bounty. And we only played 4 tournaments today. That's because we basically went deep in 3 of the 4 that we played. I was going to say all of them, but we did not go deep in the dark matter. So yeah, it was a pretty good day in the end, I think. Despite busting the dark matter, we ended up with about 182% cashing, and that's we're in the money even if you count the money that we spent winning the ticket to get into the dark matter today. So yeah, we're even with that, we're still like €1 in the green today. So it was a pretty good day. It was a pretty good day. Let's have a look at who we can raid tonight. We got some people here that we can raid with. So let's see who is out there today. Kevin Martin's out there today, but Kevin Martin's got 397 viewers, so he does not need a raid. Cordy B, maybe? Hansy Pansy. David's still playing Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, what the heck? David's raided us a couple of times. I've never raided David back. Let's give David the raid. So I'm not going to kick that off right away. I'm going to say goodnight here from the mothership. I'm going to let the stream run down, and then I'm going to click the raid button. So thank you very much for joining me. I'll come back once again tomorrow where we'll take another shot at the Dark Matter tournament, which apparently is now a €750 guarantee and a 9-handed free zone instead of a €1,000 guarantee and a 6-handed free zone. But hey, things like that happen on Unibet Poker. So thank you very much for joining me today. We're bringing this mothership in for a landing. I'm out. For more vintage poker content from Mothership Poker, click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for all of our old archived content, as well as the ads-only cut from some of the early streams.